Happy Monday, everyone. Welcome to Forex
Greetings.
Fire. And joining me again, as always, Tiger and Coach Michael. Join us as we take you through the London session to kick off this week. Hopefully get some trades going as well. Generally, Monday's a little bit quiet, but you never know. Let's hope we can get some to show you guys. But let's see.
Absolutely.
Yep. We'll liven it up somehow without news. We'll get her rolling. Richard, how was your birthday parties?
It was great. So we're just having can you get the actual sound? It's like there's a delay coming back. Did you hear that? Yeah, we'll try our best, right? No, weekend was great. Friday had a nice little birthday celebration.
Nice.
Yeah. And Michael was saying he had a couple too, so you guys were just all birthday all weekend.
Right.
Yeah.
I celebrated my
birthday on the beach, right, Michael? You said you were going to send us some pictures. How did that go?
Oh man, I got tasked with doing some extra things. I'm like, whoa, I didn't know I was supposed to be doing all of this. Someone didn't show up. They were sick. And I'm like, and it became my job. So it was a bit much, to be totally honest.
Dang. Yeah. Well, me and my girlfriend celebrated our unbirthdays. How about that? Alice in Wonderland style. Yeah.
Gotta love it.
A couple bubblies are free.
Yeah, guys, we got some voice issues here. It's playing back and we're talking over each other here all the time. I'm not sure what's going on.
Zoom, YouTube, muted, all that fun stuff. You get an echo, you say? Echo.
Yeah, I've got no idea. Can you still hear that, guys? My YouTube is muted as well. That's the first thing I've done.
Yeah,
I don't even have it up, actually.
Okay. Sounds good on my end.
All good.
Left.
Yeah. Nothing like a little bit of a technical glitch before kicking off in the week, right? But anyway, I don't know. Something happened there. Not sure what was going on.
Good now on your end?
It seems to be sorted out now. All right. Should we try that again?
Nice.
How was your Friday, Tiger? And Michael?
Yeah, that was great. I just spent a lot of time binging stuff on YouTube Friday evening. And then,
nice.
We had our pool party I was telling you guys about last week. But I was telling Michael on our stream last night that they didn't give us but a couple days notice. So I'd already made plans with the lady to go on a dinner date with one of her best friends and husband and their children. So, we went out and celebrated it and then just went back to her place. And she and I, we're the kind of people that will just sit and just jack jaws all night, just sit and talk about whatever. And then 2, 3 a.m. rolls around and I have to tell her, I got to get to bed because I had a stream with Michael, obviously, yesterday evening. So, no, it's great. It's great just to get away from trading. And she's great about helping me to kind of decompress, if you will. So we'll just break away from trading. She's an ophthalmologist assistant. So she does all the eye testing to help people with glasses, prescriptions and all that. So good way for her to get away from her drama because they're having some issues with an employee of theirs. She's just going crazy. So her and her coworker, they have to take on the work of another person or two, and they got a new doctor, so even more work. So me and her friend's husband were trying to tag team and talking to the girls like, you need to stand up for yourself and fight for some more pay. Like, go at it. If you're adding on more work, you gotta get paid for it. You gotta get compensated for it. So yeah, we were
100%.
kind of lovingly. I even wrote her an email to print out and leave on her doctor's desk on a Friday when they go home for the weekend, something to stew on, and just say, look, we need to talk raise here. So yeah, it was good. Well, yeah, get that money, girl. But anyway, yeah, that was my weekend.
Cool.
Yeah, mine was pretty close too. We was pretty much off the grid the entire weekend. Everywhere here, I mean, actually, internet is pretty much everywhere, but sometimes it's a little spotty, and it's much better to just not even have to worry about the phone. But my girl's best friend down here and her birthday are 5 days apart, so they decided to do some celebrating together this weekend. So that was cool. Again, somebody didn't show up, so it was a little bit tough. I ended up having to catch some extra tasks. But it was
flaking
fun,
out, eh?
All the good stuff. Yeah, she said they got sick, which I guess it's fine. So I'm just trying to pick up the pieces, and yeah, we had fun. The normal talks, drinks, food, the paradise vibe. So it was super fun. And then we're probably gonna do it again this week for my girl's birthday. So
all over.
Yeah, so 2 weeks in a row, we're up for this.
So it's not a birthday; it's a birth week.
Never a dull moment.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Right, gents, should we tackle the charts? See what you guys got. I don't know, Michael.
Yeah.
Tiger, do you guys want
to? I can actually jump in first.
Things off
because I took some trades in the session, the slow market session. So back in, we can get my screen share here. I a little down on this trade, and I want to point something out, which is pretty cool. Okay, so here we are. So this actually, and I always mention I really don't like to take trades on Sunday, except if I get my A+ setup, which, as you guys know, is my master trade, right? So just like always, right? That M top, that break, that retest, and drop, right? I'm all over this move right here, right? That's that level 1 trade, also known as, for me, is the master trade, right? Taking out that previous low here. So if we can check this out here, nice and simple, you can easily see, right? We got also that 5,200 cross here. That's how you know you are in level 1 with no issues at all. And then we're expecting this run down. Again, miss the 200. I don't want it to touch the 200 because if it does, it's null and void. Like I always say, I don't want to be on the second ride. I want to be on the first ride there. Right. So from there, looking for that first pullback to the 50 EMA, which is here. Right. I took this right here. As you can see, it's kind of giving me a little pullback, kind of retesting this area again. I wouldn't be surprised if this does close above this 50 EMA in the next 47 minutes, and have to close it, and then I'll wait for it to roll back over to take this trade, right, for the second time. And this is one thing that no matter what, you just have to take the first one, because what could happen, let me lock this and then delete everything. I'll keep those. All right, cool. Because what could happen is this just went on this first of this 13, right? So like on this one, it could have just ran to the 200, which would have been a target. But sometimes what the market makers do, sneaky sales, they throw you a second leg, which is what they're doing right now, right? So you take this first one because you don't know if they're going to run on the first leg or the second leg. So there is no, I mean, theoretically, you could wait for them to not take the first leg and just only take second legs. But to be totally honest, you'll miss a lot of clean setups doing it that way. All right. So for me, I just like to take. I just will take the first and the second. Seeing that this was a Sunday trade, which I don't like to do unless, again, this exact setup occurs. I only put a half a position on here on this particular one. So if this does close, because basically in the next 45 minutes, if price closes above this blue 50 EMA, I got to close the trade per my rules. And then I'll just wait for it to roll back over. So we'll see how it actually turns out. But either way, this is going to be a nice setup for this week for sure. Clearly, I can't guarantee it, but the thought of this not going to the 200 at some point would be crazy. Like, this definitely wants to go down here. And when it does, I'm going to be all over it, right? So let me change the add this here. So this is what I would call the second leg of the master trade, right? So I'll just be waiting on this to kind of turn around here if it ever does. Let's see. But yeah, this is the main one that I'm actually looking at right now for today that I'm actually in. And still a beauty, no matter what. This is still a gorgeous setup. This is a scenario where they actually made this move here, right? So they did the break, they did the retest, and it kind of gave you an M structure like this. This is what this is panning out to be on that cycle. So this is one of those what I would call variations to the theme. So it looks a little bit different than the typical pattern that I always draw, but it's still the same darn thing, the exact same thing. It's just that they have to mix it up a little bit sometimes, because if they don't, everybody would see this, right? And
M&Ms.
That would change things, right? So, and if you can see here, well, as you can see, this kind of is retesting the same little area, right? So somewhere pretty much in here, right? We actually got two small areas. We got that one, and we got this one, right? So one of these areas, right, you can see it easily turning around and kind of flipping over. So yeah, this is the first one. I'm really liking this trade. Like, this is again my A+ setup. So I would typically, I don't take trades on Sunday, but when it's this one, I definitely will, no matter what.
Yes.
This is the
If it looks pretty, you gotta take it.
That's right.
you have to.
Pretty.
And you see this? These guys are so sneaky, because if you look at this red candle here, at one point, obviously, with this wick, price was all the way up here, and then it closed down here red, right? Same thing here. Like, this could easily come all the way up here and still close below this 13 and be red. So we won't know until another 45, 42 minutes. Then I'll make decisions on exactly what to do with this. But for now, we are just letting the market do its thing. All right, so that is my first setup for the week on the Euro CAD. And then I was also looking at the other one was gold. This one actually ran away on me, though. So this is nothing. And not the fact that I didn't see it, because I was actually interested in this. With my session with Tiger, for one, I think I might have pointed this out, Tiger. And then two, with my session with Daryl. But the only thing is, this did not fully confirm. All right, so I had to let it go. Now, as you can
is that also the trade you had to bail on Friday? Remember, because you couldn't monitor it. Yeah.
Yep, it is. I had to go. So yep. So we had this head and shoulders pattern, right, like this. Now I was expecting price to just do it like this. I was expecting price to just run up here to these highs, but it didn't. Obviously, it kind of pulled back. It pulled back here, and I was expecting my next move, which was today, the move I was expecting. So price actually bounced off this 50 EMA and then run up, right? Which it never did. Right. If we zoom in close here, we can kind of see that, yeah, price did go up, but this is not the move, right? So how it works is after you get the move off the 200, the next move is the move off of the 50 EMA. And as you can see, even though price came close, it didn't even touch it, right? So the chart told me don't take this yet because price has not touched the 50. And then secondly, the TDI has also told me don't touch this trade because as you see, the RSI line and the signal line stayed above the market baseline the entire time. Had it actually worked out the right way, you would have seen something like this, right? Like it would have went below, and it never did. So I actually had two reasons to not take this trade. Both TDI and the chart is telling me this trade's not ready yet. Now, although this did run up, this is not a setup for me. I don't have a setup that's a move off the 13 EMA. And what typically happens is kind of got to leave that alone because this could have easily did this, kind of ran up and had you tried to take it, it would have just smashed back down into the 50 like I was intending it to do and then run up. Right? So this is a pass for me. I was not interested in this after it did not bounce off the 50 EMA. So yeah, these are the main two for now that I'm kind of, well, main one now since this one kind of left. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll go through the charts.
Okay.
Kind of see so I got here in the meantime. I guess we can do that after the news.
Yep. News in 10 minutes time, everybody. So stay tuned for that. And you, Tigre?
Tigre. Yeah.
Tigre.
Well, good
Give
morning.
us a little 10-minute update before Michael does the news.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Well, since we got news coming up, I'll just briefly kind of like I was talking about with Michael on the stream last night. Of course, Europe's asleep when we do that stream. So first thing I always do on Sundays is look at the COT report. I want to see what the big banks and institutions did for the previous week. So let me just click over here off screen. I'm going to pull that up. But yeah, it was interesting to note that when it comes to just the regular U.S. indices, they ended up adding short positions to the Russell, the Dow, and the S&P. So anywhere from about 1.7% to 2.7% on the negative side. So yeah, they basically sold the U.S. markets. Now they did buy a little bit on NASDAQ. It was a very, very modest increase of 0.91%. So yeah, they sold 3 of 4 indices for the U.S. And yeah, it's just notable because obviously overall with the indices, we've just been on a pretty straight up trajectory for the last 3 months or so, albeit on the thinning liquidity overall, as I've kind of pointed out once or twice. So is this the beginning of a rollover for the U.S. indices, right? I mean, have we hit the top? Have we reached the top? Have we reached the moon, as they call it? I don't see it starting to go down right away, just because when it comes to my top setups, they're all showing the NASDAQ, the S&P. Yeah, mainly those two, I guess. Those are still showing for bullish, bullish biases on my fundamentals. NASDAQ leads the way over everything. Overall, the currency pairs even with a score of a 12. So because of all this,
is going absolutely nuts.
Like parabolic-ish, right?
Yeah, but you know how that ends, but you never know when.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Is this the bend at the end? Is this something that the institutions are kind of projecting? Because they clearly sold. Now, yeah, like I said, NASDAQ, though, is the one that they did increase, but just a tiny bit. So, yeah, I mean, currently I still have those two as top setups. NASDAQ a 12. And then the S&P, I've got a score of an 8. So yeah, for those two specifically, I've definitely got alerts set to keep an eye on some demand zones underneath, which I'll get into after the news. But yeah, other than that, when it comes to currencies, the one that they increased their long percentage on the most was the Swiss franc. So they actually increased 1.73%. Not a huge number, but not a small number either. I kind of look at that as, okay, they had some interest in the Swiss franc as far as their futures contracts long. So, and then gold was up 0.88%, so they increased there. But besides the Nasdaq, they actually increased their Nikkei positioning 1.24%, as well as the Treasuries, U.S. Treasuries 1.63%. But the biggest gainer on the stuff that I follow was actually the copper. Copper market had a 2.2% increase, so thought that was notable.
Oh, really?
But 2.2%. So
Didn't
if we
you
just
trade
kind of
Nikkei the other day, if I remember correctly?
I had an alert set, but as of right, yeah, I've got an alert set, and I'll get onto that in the charts here in a little bit after the news.
Mm-hmm.
No, I haven't actually. I haven't placed a trade on Nikkei in about a month or so, just because it hasn't been, a very strong bullish bias on the fundamentals overall. And I think I had a nice profit the last time I traded it, best I can remember. But no, I'll definitely point out a spot on there, and then. Bitcoin, it's on my watch list now for the first time in quite a while. So it's obviously a 5 or higher. I'll get into Bitcoin. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But the big that was pretty well neutral though with the big banks. It was literally minus 0.02% change. So not much of a change overall. And it's funny because, everybody's gung-ho on Bitcoin just kind of overall when it comes to retail positioning. We all know that. But the banks don't think so. They're actually they're only about, let me see here, 47.5% long, but they're 52.5% short. So they're net short when it comes to Bitcoin. But again, it's for the first time when it comes to everything I track, it's actually giving me a bullish bias. So I've identified a level on there, a couple levels on there as well. On the charts. But just to change gears, go to the opposite end, what they shorted, they actually shorted oil at minus 5%. So that was the biggest decline as far as the assets and the currencies I track. And then the JPY down 4%. So it's down there middle and on the bottom with the indices, the 3 U.S. indices. And then silver, New Zealand dollar, Aussie dollar, all of those were 1% decreases or more. So that's really the main ones that they got rid of. So yeah, like I said, I'll be, definitely paying attention to the Swiss franc and the euro because there's still some of the stronger overall currencies when it comes to the economic surprise meter. You guys know I like to follow. New Zealand dollar. Right. Oh, actually, New Zealand dollar finally had a negative report. So I think I talked last week, New Zealand dollar still at 100% as far as all their, economic reports that they had beat expectations on. But for the first time in a while, they actually had a bearish report, and that was obviously the CPI report that came out last night. So they had a previous score of 2.5%. They forecasted higher to 2.8%, but they only got 2.7%. So it was still an overall gain on their inflation report, which obviously benefits the New Zealand dollar, but it was only 0.10% lower than the expectation. So it still it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's good. It's good for the currency, but it wasn't as high as they thought. So, you could kind of look at that however you wish, but according to the way I look at it, it's bearish because it just didn't meet expectations. So, but despite that, New Zealand dollar still is the top currency as far as expectations beat, 88%, and then euros behind it with 83%, Swiss franc at 80%. So the weakest currency still when it comes to the economic meter is the Canada dollar, 29%. So, the goal would obviously be as much as I can to match one of those three currencies with the Canada dollar, just as an example, since it's the weakest. For a long position. So yeah, that's a little bit about the COT report. Again, just for anybody watching, it always comes out Fridays, usually around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's accurate as of the Tuesday prior, so 3 days prior until the Tuesday prior to that. So it's a little confusing, but anytime this report comes out, just know it's basically accurate from 3 days prior to 10 days prior.
Yeah.
That's kind of the easiest way to remember it. You would think they would come out with that on time. I don't know why there's always a 3-day delay. I've never really investigated to find out why that is, but it is what it is. And
I have no idea.
We'll just go with it. We'll just go with it, especially if it's a holiday. Of course, it's made yet another day or two. But yeah, again, it's not the gospel, but it's just good to know where they're at, not only overall for positioning, but week to week as well for the shorter term swing traders like us. So anyway, that's a little bit on that. I know news is coming up here in a second, but yeah, I'll get into some charts after to kind of make some visual sense of some of these setups that I got here.
Nice. Okay.
Good stuff.
I definitely want you to go over what you think about EA this week, because I know you and I were looking at it last week. So that'll be cool to see.
Yep. Yeah. Is that the one I said for you to sell down to me and I'll take it off your hands, the inventory?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely will.
All right, guys. Mike Tiger, thank you. I believe. Excuse me. Michael, you're good to go with the news, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you want to take over there, and then we'll be back right after with some more analysis while things are materializing on the charts. Hopefully get some trades going. Might be a quiet Monday, as I said, not much happening on my side, but yeah, over to you, Michael.
All right. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to another Hola Prime news update. Today is Monday, July 21st, and let's get right into the action, guys. First off, the Forex flow and sentiment. As always, the US dollar continues steady, and the DXY hovering just about the 97.70 mark. Last week, keeping Forex markets on edge just a little bit. That's probably why we see some of those swings there. And then, of course, the Euro USD is under pressure as the ECB is expected to hold rates steady at about 2% on July 24th, matching commentary from major Forex factory threads. And then, of course, that USD JPY trending higher amid weaker yen sentiment and pre-election caution here in Japan. And then also getting on over to the crypto market. Bitcoin, as you guys probably can see, continues trading between that same little range, guys, anywhere from about 118,500 to about the $120,000 range. Showing mixed strength, so a little bit kind of trepidatious there. And then, of course, we have the euro. The Ethereum surged past at 3,800, up roughly 4.3% in the last 24 hours, guys. That is huge. Then heading on over to BNB, reaches around 750 to 760. Reflecting modest gains of 1 to 4%. Nextly, again, just couldn't touch back on Bitcoin. It kind of briefly slipped away. Did go below that 117,000 overnight, but a slight pullback in this consolidation phase. That's typical, as you guys probably already know. And then we have the altcoins like LTC, Link, TON, Uni, Doge, AVEX. They're all riding volume surges between about 3 and 7%, with Doge jumping 7.3% today alone, guys. So pretty huge move there. And then, of course, we have the top market drivers today. Over in the Asia Pacific events, we have the China's FDI slump alongside Canada's input price recovery. And then markets are parsing globally due to the global inflation crisis and growth signals as well. And then, of course, Japan's upper house election coming up on Sunday. So expect yen volatility around that election day. And then we also have U.S. minutes due post market tonight. So watch for a commentary on rate durability. And then heading over to these stable coins again with the regulation momentum, guys. House did approve those 3 bills last week, which was that crypto week, including the Genius Act. Trump is expected to sign soon, very soon, actually. So digital assets now, and sharper regulatory focus seems to be the thing. And then on the coin DCX hack, India's top exchange, it was about 368 crore. That's about 44 million. But assured customer funds remain safe. So reinforcing cybersecurity concerns in crypto market. And then basically, guys, what to watch out for next is the White House crypto policy report that drops tomorrow, aiming to expand digital assets over site and the framework going over there. And then, of course, again, the ECB rate decision on July 24th. Markets do expect a steady 2%, but any hawkish twist could move euro sharply. So be on the lookout for that. And then the technical sets. Weekly setup showing potential bounce scenarios in DXY, Euro USD, GBPUSD, and gold. I myself am going to be personally looking out for gold as well. But yeah, markets are digesting a mix of central bank flows, geopolitical shifts, Japan vote, and accelerating U.S. crypto regulation seems to be the thing here, guys. And the Forex, dollar holds steady. Yen and euro on alert as key levels are unfolding in those key events. And then, of course, in crypto, pricing remains volatile. We got Ethereum, altcoins, all leading. Regulatory clarity emerging, but cybersecurity is still a concern for most people, right? So just be aware of those things, guys. Other than that, let's have a safe trading week. Let's manage our risk properly and be on the lookout for all of these important zones. That will wrap up Hola Prime's market review. Back to you guys.
All right, again, rest some stuff. Thanks, Michael. Thanks for that.
Hey, absolutely.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I see we got Game Z joining us again today. I remember that name. Is it Game Z? Gamez. Yep. I suppose it's Game Z or something, right? Thanks for joining, wherever you are from in the world. Tiger, you want to continue?
Yeah, back end, if you don't mind, share my screen. And I'll just jump right straight onto Euro Aussie dollar, Michael, since you mentioned it. Last week, that was giving me a bullish score of a 5 or a 6. I don't remember which one it was. But at the moment, it's actually giving me a score of a 4. So just barely on the neutral side. The reason that changed was because of the CPI report that came out for the, I believe that was the euro, wasn't it? Let me look here. No, it was for the euro. Yeah, the CPI report. Let me see here. Yeah, the CPI report came out neutral, so they had expected the previous was 1.9% year over year, but they forecasted 2.0s, and that's exactly what it was, 2.0. So because that came out neutral, it actually dropped the euro just to 1 point when I'm comparing it to the Aussie dollar. So yeah, currently neutral, but when we look at the chart over here, I've got some points of interest a lot further down, but if I zoom in, I believe the 15, yeah. So this, of course, is one that happened overnight. I did identify this demand zone right here at the 1.7855 level, and sure enough, 1:30 a.m. my time when I'm snoozing, drooling on my pillow, came down and tagged it.
Drilling on your pillow.
That's right.
Drooling on your pillow.
So if I wrap a ruler there from the proximal line to the stop loss area, it would have been about 7 pips, we'll call it. Yeah, it moved up to 35 almost. So 35 pips. Now, realistically, I wouldn't have just got in, obviously, there. You guys know I look for a trigger candle. So the best thing I see would have been this candle right here because it had a nice long wick into the zone. So, realistically, I would have, had I been awake, I would have placed the trade at the break of that candle on the next candle, or the break of that wick, right? So if I measure from there, where you're looking about 10 pips up to about 30 pips. So still would have been a 3-to-1 trade, nice. Right? So, but yeah, it was a nice candle. Had pretty good volume stepping in. I disliked the wick on the top there, but that wouldn't have been enough to keep me out of it because it still closed at like 90%, towards the top of the range of that candle. So yeah, that definitely would have still been a no-go. I mean, still been a go for me, I should say. But so yeah, I mean that's the more immediate, smaller time frame area that I went at. Drilling down even more, there's just not really anything immediate that I'd be interested in. So yeah, I mean, I think you were looking for short. Is that right? You're Michael on the
no, I was actually looking for loans.
No, you were looking for loans. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So yeah,
I'll point it out a little bit later, like what it looks like to me. It looks a little funky now. I kind of can't really tell. I need some more direction on it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, me too, in all honesty, because I just look at this on a 4-hour chart as a lot of chop fest. So, for me, when I see a lot of chop like this, I need to find something underneath it. So catch some liquidity somewhere, find a good zone.
Yeah.
On the 4-hour, I do have that little 4-hour demand zone on top of the daily. So that would probably, and I already drew in the projection tool. So, I'd like to see it drop a little deeper. Get that updated for you guys. Drop down to this area somewhere. That's where I'd likely have more interest. And then obviously, try to get tagged in and close it out somewhere before an overhead supply. So right here in this area, I don't know, what would that look like on a 6-hour chart, 360 minutes? Yeah, probably nothing there. 12 hours, 480, 8-hour chart. Yeah. I'd probably ignore this. Now, I love this area because it did push through this top right here. And it pushed through what was about an hour supply zone, I think. So just looking at this leg up is nice, but I'm picky, you guys. It's gotta look like a zone. I mean, if I keep scrolling down in smaller time frames, I'm just not really seeing. I'm seeing a clear, reversal, but as far as the structure of the candles, I'm just not feeling it. So the first chance I would be feeling it, quote unquote, it'd have to drop a good 200 pips, down to this area. That'd be a pretty deep discount. Definitely would be interested in that, so long as it came down about that, that type of style, something like that. But I don't see that happening right now. I mean, because, again, it is still giving me a score of a 4. So overall, it is bullish. It's just not bullish enough to where I'd be interested in playing around in all this chop fest right here. So give me a deeper discount somewhere down in this area.
Stay out of the chop fest.
Stay out of the chop fest. I'm not an Atlanta Braves fan.
I say I don't even like chopped salad.
They're all about the chop when they, all the fans in the stands chanting or throwing the chop out. So. Y'all know I live in Kansas City area, so I'm a Royals fan.
No idea what you guys are talking about, by the way.
Baseball.
No, it's
baseball.
There we go.
Yeah.
They got that. I don't know. I forget the name of that thing, but it's the
tomahawk chop
thing. Yeah.
Tomahawk chop. Yep. Well, when I was a kid growing up, we only had 2 channels that we could watch baseball on: WGN and TBS, I believe it was. So those TBS, were Chicago Cubs. Right. You're a Chicago Cubs. Are you a Cubs fan or a White Sox fan, by the way, Michael?
I don't even follow it, to be totally honest.
Not really follow it? Yeah. Well, I figure everybody from Chicago, even if they're a fan or not, still got to pick a side, the North or the South.
I wouldn't even know. I have no clue about any of that.
So did you grow up on the South side of Chicago or the North side?
No, I grew up on the South side of Chicago.
Okay, South side. So then you should be a White Sox fan. Bulls. Okay, yeah. No, I hear you.
Yeah, I guess basketball fan. Yeah, Chicago Bulls.
That's kind of the territory that in baseball anyway that people claim. If they're on the South side, they're White Sox fans. If they're on the North side, they're Cubs fans. So, but anyway,
right.
And just kind of going back to my top setups. Yeah, like I said earlier, guys, NASDAQ is my top setup. It's a 12. It's a big 12. On the opposite end, on the short side, I got the British pound Swiss franc as a negative 11. So that's really looking like the top short sell opportunity. Let me just flip on over to my NASDAQ chart. Where's my NASI? There's NASI. Yep. So
show us what you got. Where's your areas of interest there?
Yeah. So in the more immediate area, it's going to be the 23,000 psychological level because it is sitting right on I believe, is that a 15? No, it's a 5-minute chart. Yeah. Really, really nice 5-minute candle. Got that red candle there and just a big spike up. A lot of volume on that candle right before the push up. So in the more immediate area, and then, like I said, right at the psychological 23K level. So that would be the more short-term setup. And then I do also have a zone a lot further down, 22,750 level. And again, I think that's on a smaller time frame. So I don't want to get involved in any of this leg right here. I want to see, because there's going to be some liquidity right under that from all these people that stepped in and bought right here going up. So they're going to be obviously putting their stop losses down here. I want to get in just below that. So collect that liquidity like the big banks are doing, and then come down and collect these unfilled orders on the smaller time frames. So that would be my top setup in that area, or in that asset. So yeah, take a small position there. It's a little narrow, a little narrow of a range, especially for a 5-minute zone. It's quite a ways away. So 5-minute zones aren't as strong as 15-minute zones. They're not as strong as hour zones, right? The higher up you go, the stronger they get. But because it is giving me a score of a 12. I mean, if I'm looking at the economic data, there's only 2 things going against this trade. And that's the GDP report and the PCE, the personal consumption expenditure report. Other than that, all the interest rates, the employment data, the inflation data, the PMI data, trends, seasonality, retail positioning, and COT, that's all benefiting this bullish bias. So yeah, really strong, really strong overall. That's why I'd be okay with buying a little higher up on the curve, a little higher up on the Hungarian flag, because it's running off and leaving us all.
Yeah, because the thing is with the Nazi, once it starts running, it's like it can really get frustrated. You don't get
it's a runaway train.
Yeah.
Exactly. So this is one spot where I'm okay with. I guess you could call it breaking the rules, but if I'm looking at this swing low to the swing high, it is right at that 38% level. So like I've said before, if it's a really strong increase or a really strong decrease, I'm not as picky about waiting for the 50% or the 61.8%. I'll just jump on at the 38%. So yeah, that really kind of lines up perfect. So that's a little bit about the NASI. Changing gears to the most bearish one, the pound Swiss. Obviously a strong decline after price rolled over on a daily. And going back to my 4-hour real quick. So on my 4-hour chart, yes, there is a zone here, but price has not been strong enough to break these bottoms, and it's already trying to curl around to come up. So for me, that negates that zone, first and foremost. I'd be more interested in this supply zone up here. Little bit narrower of a candle. It's a little less than 20 pips, more like 15, I think. But yeah, strong decline in price. I mean, a whole bunch of red candles came out of that. What, 10 candles or so? 10 red candles. So yeah, that's probably my number one point of interest on that pair, which is the 1.08. Yeah, just above the 1.08 psychological level. So just get me a nice, and it almost touched it at one point. I mean, you can see, I think this was the one that missed by like 1 pip, right? when we're talking about that wick right there, just barely missed. So, I mean, for me, that keeps that zone intact. It hasn't been mitigated yet. It flirted hardcore with it.
Mm-hmm.
It just chose to go with another person, right? That's the way I look at it. So yeah,
Tiger, just quickly, to all our viewers, we got a little poll going on there. If you've probably seen that in the chat there, please tell us what type of trader you are. Are you a scalper, day trader, swing trader, or position trader? It'd be nice to get to know our audience, what they like trading, what their trading style is. So there's a little bit of a poll there. So if you are watching, please just select an option there, and we would like to know the outcome of that.
Perfect.
Sorry, Tiger, there you go.
No, perfect. Yeah, I'm interested too. I'd be interested to see what everybody is. So, but yeah, for this British pound Swiss franc short opportunity, if I'm looking at my master pattern, I do have a strong contraction box right here. So let me just kind of zoom in a little bit on this. So the way I use master patterns, as always, buy undervalue, sell overvalue. So when price contracted in this point, the price moved to the south, and then it gets pushed back up. So now we've been on both sides of the box. Price gets pushed down, and then I'd be looking for another push up so that I can sell overvalue along with the liquidity this area presents, and obviously the unfilled orders in the zone itself for a short sell to the downside. So it's working out quite nicely for a short sell, something like that. As far as a demand zone underneath to take profit before, I mean, I'd probably just be looking in this area right here. Probably just, let me see here, demand zone. Yeah, that's what would we do? Yeah, pretty subjective, but you could almost look at this red candle as a gigantic demand zone on a smaller time frame. I mean, you could probably look even smaller than that. Let's take a look here. Yeah, it's pretty subjective. I'd probably just look at that 5-minute as a point to make sure and cover my short beforehand, and then basically look to take that, be about a 70, 80 pip profit, right? If we could get into a trade there, that'd be about
nice.
Be about 60, probably 60 pips, 65, something like that. But yeah, very, very strong bearishness on this economically and sentimentally. So that's probably my top short sell setup right now. Switching gears. S&P is my other signal that I've got for the indices. My only other one. So it's the NASDAQ and the S&P right now. I'm not too interested in Dow or the Russell. So, but yeah, this is it. So again, going back to my 4-hour, yeah, same thing with just like all the other indices. Been strong uptrend. It did kind of consolidate for a few days. So it's looking like is trying to break out to the upside again, but that's high on the curve. It's expensive crab legs, as you guys know. So I just need a deeper retracement. Come down here to this. Come down here to this. I think that's a 15 or a 5. I didn't label it. Yeah, it's about a 5. I think that's a 5-minute. 5-minute demand zone way down here. So last red candle down before that big spike in price.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably, that's about the best spot I could see on the S&P. So obviously buying down here relative to this recent cluster, I mean, it's low on the curve, right? So that'd be a pretty good risk reward in my opinion. And then just, sell it up here before overhead supply that will create as price, begins to come down. If it comes down, again, it may just be like the Nazi and just run off and leave this trade. But
it's just a question of when it will come down.
Right. So that's that one. I am still in a Swiss Japanese yen trade. Now, what was that news I just saw come out? So it's being affected because of, what was it? So Japan, so the yen is a little bit stronger today because they did have their upper house election results. Looks like they may be having some potential change in their leadership. Looks like the incumbent was having, I don't know, it looks like he lost one of the primaries or something. I don't know exactly what it was, but anyway, after all that shook out, it basically made the yen stronger. So when it comes to this trade, you know what? Let me just flip on over to my other platform real quick. Yeah, so this is the Swiss Japanese yen trade that I've got. Obviously, I got my stop loss down here. Markets opened yesterday, and I was feeling pretty good. Michael, you and I were talking about this. Price pushed up after it, was trying to fill that gap because this is what you call a pro gap. So you got strong uptrend price action, obviously, when you're looking at it on the daily. And then when price opened yesterday, it was 80 pips below the previous close. So that's what you call a pro gap, meaning it's pro gap because this is where you take advantage of a strong uptrend, strong economic reporting for this currency pair as well, and you try to ride it back and close the gap. So it got pretty close, depending on which time frame you look at. That's just what it looks like on the hourly. But I maintain that if somebody was not in this trade, that would have been a good place to get in, obviously. And then you just take that waterfall up and then maybe close, right in this area. So that would have been a very good pro gap opening week trade right there. I didn't really care for the zone, though. I mean, there wasn't really much of a zone in this area, but look, you could have looked at this on a 15-minute time frame or maybe even a 5. I would have said, so on a 15-minute time frame, guys, this is something I call a panic dip buy. It's a term I stole from the penny stock trading sphere, but that's what happens when price.
Back in the days when you were dabbling with penny stocks, right?
That's right. Yeah. Penny stocks are like riding a roller coaster. You get that adrenaline rush. You get that fix.
For sure.
That's almost like the equivalent of these meme coins I got these days.
Yeah. I know nothing about that stuff. I think was it Paul? Paul does a lot of those, right? Paul.
Yeah, but at least I think he gets involved in ones that's got decent market caps and stuff like that. I'm talking meme coins have just basically been created, like 1, 2, 3 million. Minutes old. You actually get platforms that specifically trade them. And the names that come out of some of these meme coins, I mean, they can be pretty lewd or whatever. But people buy them up, and they mostly pump and dump schemes. It's like watch a trade. Some guys watch this on 1 second charts, 30-second charts. And they just basically want to get in and get out during that initial pump. But it's like, trying to pick the top of that initial pump, and then boom, within like a few seconds, rug pull.
That's a little too much adrenaline for me.
And somehow it's still legal to do. It's just like, and you watch like, sorry for interrupting your chain of thought.
No, you're fine. I want to hear you.
I find it very interesting. It's like one of the platforms called Axiom Pro basically only trade meme coins, and they use the Solana network to do that. And it's insane. There'll be something like sometimes 1,000 or so coins like per every 10 minutes that get launched globally.
Yeah. Oh, that's confusing. I think
it is. Yeah, and it's just, I mean, there's no worth to these coins whatsoever. They've got no use. They're not like XRP or those guys. It's actually got a use case scenario, and real world applications.
Right.
Anyway, just my two thoughts.
It's literally people putting out coins for quick pump and dumps, rug pulls. It's insane.
Yeah,
it's insane.
It is.
I need my Tiger coin, so I might have to get involved to get me a Tiger coin.
We can create you one. I even know how to launch these things too, but the ethical side of rug pulling those things, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, well, I don't think
you, as a creator, you can actually rug pull the thing as well. It's like it's not cool.
Yeah, I got a little more couth than that. I ain't going to be screwing people out of money, but it would be fun just to see Tiger coin, just so I can take a picture of it. But anyway, back to the panic dip buy option. So whenever there's a 5-minute candle that forms like this with a really nice looking tail, that's just another good opportunity to buy at the break of that. So, again, and then you just put your stop loss below. This is really the best for Sunday opens. Sunday here in the States anyway. But that would have been a pretty good trade. About a 3-to-1 up. But anyway, having said all that, because of that positive Japan data, it did kind of roll around, and it is going against my trade now. You can clearly see. So, it's down there a little bit. But this is why I make wide stop losses. I mean, if it gets down here and stops me out, that's totally fine. I'll shake hands with it and go find something different. But yeah, I gave it some wiggle room. This is one I held open over the weekend. And I did that because when the market closed, it was, it was quite a ways up. I don't know, 60, 70 pips or something. So, but yeah, obviously it's running into this resistance over here, and obviously the positive Japan news that we saw. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, economically, Swiss Japanese yen is still giving me a score of a 7. So it's still looking good overall. So, this is where I say it. I try to use news to my benefit. Like, obviously, news makes people panic and hit the buy button or hit the sell button or whatever. If it's a negative news piece, well, like in this case, good for the Japanese yen. Well, obviously, it's going to make the price drop temporarily. But I look at it over the long haul. If the economics are good, if I've got good zones, go ahead, sell it down to me so I can buy it and take that inventory off your hands at a better price, because economically it should continue to go up, for the foreseeable future. So as long as that stays above 5, I'm staying in this trade. Now, if it if it turns around and drops this week to a 4, to a 3, then I'll be a little more wary of it. But that's my line in the sand as we sit right now. I still got another 50 pips to play with, it looks like, before, if and when it hits my zone. So yeah, that is the Swiss Japanese yen.
Cool.
Flip back on over here. And then the other trade I'm in, it's actually on one of my other brokers. I'm on the pound dollar short sell. I got a short sell on the pound dollar because pound dollar is giving me a -9 score. So that's my number 2 bearish bias asset right now, currency pair.
The pound dollar.
Pound dollar, yeah. Remember we were talking the euro dollar the other day?
Goodness.
Euro dollar was Euro dollar was given a bullish, but pound dollar was given a bearish. So it's one of the few times I've seen them not correlated, right? So, but yeah, just flipping on over here to the pound dollar. it just like the Swiss Japanese yen, it started going in my favor pretty good. So it went down, but it's obviously been retracing. So, but again, the fundamentals are very bearish for this pair. So I'm going to stay in this trade. I've got a stop loss a little higher up. Again, I got this one on a different broker. Let me see here. 1.3476 level is where I got my stop loss. So just above this little tail, this little wick action up here, 3477. Yeah, right about there. It has since hit another supply zone. So I don't know how strong that zone is or isn't. Had a little bit of volume increase. It did break this little bottom here to collect some liquidity. So we'll see. We got a pretty nice wick on that last hourly candle. We'll see if that's strong enough to hold it. 30-minute looks even better. So nice big wick on the 30-minute candle. And yeah, we'll just see if RSI can kind of curl around. It'd be nice to see. I mean, again, I got my line in the sand just above, but again, it's a multi-day trade. So we'll just let her run. I got faith in it. I got faith in it. We'll see if it can curl around.
Let's see. All right.
Gold is giving me a score of a 6, I believe it was. Yeah, score of a 6. So got a nice bullish bias there. Give me a deeper retracement down into this area here on a 15-minute. Yeah, got a 15-minute demand zone here. Big spike up. That's probably going to, well, and now we've got, okay, so this one formed overnight.
The upper and lower limit of that demand zone of yours? Just give me the numbers.
Oh, it'll be the 33.35 area. And then the lower level would be 33.35 to 33.31. I think, who was it? Oh, you know what?
Oh, that was the... Yeah,
one of the people on the chat was asking about this. Yeah. So I still got your alert set, Game Z. I think that was you. It might have been the other gentleman.
I believe it was.
Yeah. So I just went ahead and marked it out, and he was right. I mean, that's a good looking zone. I do like that area on the smaller time frame. Now again, overnight we've had this new zone form. So if I'm gonna go ahead and do this, gents. I'm gonna move my Game Z. I'm moving your alert a little higher. We're going to wrap a rectangle around this one. It's a little narrower of a range, so might take a little stab at this. If it fails, then we'll go back to Game Z's alert down here. I'll just move it back. But I love that. This is perfect. I mean, you had, 6 candles coming out, green candles, on rising volume. You guys see the RSI bars at the bottom there turning yellow. Yellow means, so green is average volume, yellow is above average, and then of course red is like above average or really good, right? So we had 3 above average volume bars. Right. Yeah, this bar, and this bar is yellow. So that's some pretty good strength on a smaller time frame. I mean, you could dig down. Even the 10-minute looks, I mean, they all look good, 5, 10, 15. I don't count that right there as a zone on the 5-minute just because it's part of this big move. Remember, when it comes to demands and supply zones, the goal is to go to the origin of that strong move. So, drop, base, rally. Drop, base, rally. I mean, if you're really trying to thread the needle, that red candle, albeit a tiny range, it is a rally, base, rally. But it's just too narrow. It just doesn't look good. This is the Monet, right? This isn't the this ain't the Mona Lisa. So here we go. So this is the Monet, and then down here is the Mona Lisa.
Right.
The Mona Lisa looks prettier the closer you are. The Monet is only pretty from far away. That's the way I look at it.
Right.
Don't get the hot levers fired up.
I just thought of it off the top of my head. I'll have to remember that. But yeah, that's and then obviously I do have an alert set if we get a deeper retracement. This is the one on a larger time frame I'm ultimately the happiest with. we get a deeper retracement down to the 3,300 psychological level right there, because we got just a nice zone coming out of that, so this leg up was strong enough to break all this nonsense over here. So it broke this top. So that's ultimately my favorite. But, playing around intraday, I'd be interested in this level that we just talked about. And then maybe this level, even the game Z level. Yeah, I think that pretty well covers it. Oh, and by the way, this is Bitcoin is on my watch list for the first time. So Bitcoin's giving me a 6. I was talking with Michael about this one last night, but yeah, first time I've had a 5 or higher for Bitcoin in a while. And I did identify.
What was it the first time that you see it that high? Doesn't it get higher than that normally?
It does. It's just
judging by how bullish it can get and bearish it can get, obviously, both ways.
Yeah.
Very volatile.
Yeah. Well, if I ever get a bearish signal, I probably won't do any selling on it. But, I'm only going to be interested if I get the bullish. It's been probably 6 weeks or so since it's officially been on my top setups. But yeah, I did trade it a few other times earlier this year. I think I had like 1 loss and like 2 wins, maybe something like that. So yeah, I might get a good trade per quarter on Bitcoin. Seems like that's been about the average. But that's the beautiful thing about chasing 28 currency pairs, right? You're not going to get a good setup on them every day, maybe even every month. So, that's why I just love following the top setups algorithm I have, because there's always something to trade. It's just whether or not it's going to run off and leave me, or retrace to the discounted prices I'm looking at. So, but anyway, yeah. Having said that, Bitcoin, I do have this 2-hour demand zone right on the 61.8 level, with a really good red volume bar coming out of that underneath. So I do like that. If I just kind of zoom in a little bit. Yeah, last red candle down, the leg out candle. Look at that volume below. That's really strong. So love that area. But if I place a buy there, if it cuts me out for a small loss, well, I got another zone waiting just below. I mean, that's a 12-hour zone, 720. Which I was telling Michael, I don't really use 12-hour zones very often. It's usually daily 4-hour, but when you look at it on a 12-hour, I mean, take away my drawings for a second. I mean, that's a nice looking.
Goodness gracious, 12 hours.
Yeah, 12 hours, 720 minutes. That's one where you actually got to type in the 720 to get the chart to come up.
Yeah.
I mean, just a great volume bar, the leg out candle. I mean, it just looks great. So that's definitely my plan B on Bitcoin if plan A fails on that 2-hour demand zone. So we'll just
right.
I got too many drawings on here. Let's get rid of them all. I already know where that main level is, so I'm going to get rid of those drawings. Looking at it on a more recent timeline, yeah, I mean, it's just been a chop fest, for the last week and a half or whatever that's been. 4-hour. If you go down to to a 1 hour, I mean, it does have a zone here. You got your contraction box right here, that blue box for the master pattern. I love using the 1 hour and the 30-minute to see my master pattern contraction points. And actually those are the same box, 1 hour, 30. So again, I want to buy undervalue. So yeah, I mean, I'd probably be interested in taking a stab at it down here. Looks like I have an alert set to that. Why did I put that? Discounts. I like to buy cheaply.
Gotta love it. Right.
Oh, okay. So I
forgot
I did this. Discounted crab legs. That's right. I did identify this 15-minute zone as well. I did that, I think. I did that first thing this morning when I got up. That's right. It's a little higher up on the curve, though. I probably won't be interested. It is a little narrow. It's only about a $200 range. Yeah. Now that I look at it with a different day's daily set of eyes, I think I'm just going to go ahead and ignore that. I'm just going to pull my alert down here to this level. Sometimes you look at an area and it looks great. Maybe you looked at it when you were sleepy, and then you get a fresh set of eyes, and then you change your mind. So it's just a good idea to make your decisions when when you're not sick, you're not sleepy, you're not stressed, you're not angry at somebody. I mean, all those variables, as silly as it sounds, can make an impact on your trading. So I will say, though, I liked that area initially because it had all those green candles coming out with some pretty decent volume. It did break this area right here, but again, the origin of the strong move is further down, right? So now that I see how narrow that range is, no thanks, because that's the equivalence of like 3-4 pips if it were a currency pair, right? So I'll probably ain't gonna be interested. Besides, when we're looking at price in context of the master pattern contraction box, it's lower on the curve. Lower, below value. As always, my master pattern boxes spits out a line, which is that dash line. So, anywhere I buy under that is discount. So yeah, give me a price decrease down to this point here, and I'd be a little more easier to take a buy and then probably close it out right here at this top. About a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, something like that.
Just a quick shout out there to SB King as well as Silent Mind. Thanks for joining, guys. We'll do the gold analysis. If all of us have done it, I'll get into another deep dive for you there, just a little bit after Coach Tiger's completed his. I think we all assume that we're pretty bullish on gold, at least over the near term, right? So
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And Richard, you do U.S. oil or do you do another oil asset?
I look at either U.S. oil on the CFD side of things or WTI.
Oh, okay. WTI, that's right.
Depending on which data we have. WTI,
yeah.
West Texas Instruments.
That's right. Well, for what it's worth, U.S. oil on my algorithm's getting a very bullish score of a 9. So,
I think they're still gonna. I'll jump into crude oil a little bit as well.
Right.
It's my turn.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that for what it's worth.
After fundamentals.
Yeah. Okay, and let me just look at like one or two more of my top setups, and I'll pass it, and I'll just dig into some of these other ones later. Aussie dollar Swiss. Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, let's take a look at that one real quick. Aussie dollar Swiss. Michael, I think you were looking at this last week with me.
I'm literally looking at it on my big screen now, right behind. I'm like, this doesn't look that bad. I'm like, I'm trying to measure this up now. Like, wait, should I be in this trade or should I take this?
Right.
I think I'll wait for one more candle to close above the little previous, and then I'll hop in it. So I might be getting into this shortly.
Yeah, because you were looking, I think, on a bullish sense, right? Last week, anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is another one, just like the Euro Aussie. This is another one where, if you buy it, I'll take the inventory off your hands up here at the 52.65 level because it's giving me a negative. What did I say? Yeah, Aussie Swiss, so -9. So that's another one. That was my third very bearish asset. So I personally would be more interested in shorting up here in this zone here. That would probably be the closest one. It's one of the choppier pairs, so it's definitely one to be careful about, and maybe make sure you have a little bit wider of a stop loss, and or a little bit less risk, that kind of thing. Now, I like this zone, but I dislike the fact that it wasn't strong enough to break these lows to the left of it. So definitely not a full risk. I definitely wouldn't put full risk on this trade. I would have preferred to see that candle close further down, taking out those lows, but it didn't. So, yeah, just going to be a little more careful on it. There's obviously a zone higher if that one fails, but the same thing. That one wasn't strong enough to break the low previous. So, and this one only moves 40 pips. So it is one of the slower ones for the way I trade. So yeah, anything higher would just take weeks and weeks to get to. So if it's either those two supply zones or nothing really. Yeah. I mean, looking at it now on an hourly time frame, I mean, we did have a zone there that broke the lows and actually ended up working out pretty well so far. But yeah, I don't really trade this one very much. But look, a zone is a zone, no matter what the asset is. As long as it's got high liquidity, supply and demand zones, and they work. And then lastly, gents, and I'll pass it on over. The last one I wanted to look at with y'all was the euro pound, and I already looked at the S&P. So we'll just take a look at the euro pound. That one's giving me a score of an 8. So just one tick below the very bullish bias. It's just a regular bullish. Pretty good uptrend, obviously, ever since end of May. 4-hour chart. So I got a daily demand zone right here. If I'm looking over here on the right side of the screen. Within that daily demand zone, I do have a 1-hour demand zone showing a little bit of confluence. Now, I had 2 demand zones here. This zone here up top, I think that was that a 30? I think that was a 30-minute. Yeah. So we had this nice 30-minute candle right here. Red candle before the up move. So that one was one that actually worked out. Okay, so price came in, touched it, and just flew up. So that's about a 4 or 5 to 1 right there, or 6. Yeah, that was beautiful. I was already in a British pound trade, so that's why I did not get interested, or that's why I didn't get in that one. I should have probably done that on a different broker though, because that looks pretty good. But either way, I do have another demand zone further down on an hourly time frame within that daily. So this is that confluence I love to see. I mean, and the other thing I like about this 1-hour demand zone down here is that it's it's further to the bottom side of the daily. You got a nice little cluster, so that's just an easy place for me to to place a stop loss below the whole thing, the whole daily zone. Not just below the 1 hour, but below the daily. So, another one of those slower movers. So, that might take, actually, how many pips away are we? We're about 40 pips. Okay. And this one moves right at 40 pips a day. So we might, if this little mini downtrend continues, then we could probably be down there by tomorrow, assuming nothing changes, right? But that's pretty much what I'd be looking at on the euro pound. Just get tagged in here and then, sell it somewhere just below this area, depending on how these zones shape up. So overhead supply zones shape up on the smaller time frames. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Just going to kind of nurse along these other 2 trades I got going and hope that they kind of turn the corner here. We'll see if the fundamentals win or if the immediate news release wins from Japan's good news. We'll see. But,
cool. One of them out too.
Yep. But yeah, I'll go ahead and pass it on to you, Michael or Richard.
Guys, we got a quick question here from Silent Mind. He's asking, Hola Prime, how can I put a stop loss on the platform future trading account? If you're trading with Hola Prime, I believe the futures are using Project X, the platform, right? I'm not familiar with the platform itself, but they all work pretty similar, right? They are using TradingView charts on that platform. I'm just not familiar with the actual order entry window, but generally, if you know how to place a trade, there's always an option to select stop loss as well. So obviously, always trade with a stop loss. Generally, I think myself and Coach Tiger and Michael, as soon as you place an order, you already know where your stop loss is going to go. So you just send it off as one order, right? So you select stop loss, put in the price where you want it to be at. And some of these platforms, you can just do it visually, right? You can drag and drop with a chart trader on the platform where you want to position your stop loss. If this is all unclear and not 100% sure still how to do this, you can reach out to our support team. You can go into our website to the contact us section. You can either email, phone. I believe there is a live chat option. It's monitored 24/7. Or alternatively, join our Discord channel, right? So there's more than enough coaches on there that would be happy to help you, either support or either one of us. If you perhaps want to maybe share a screenshot of where you're struggling, drop that in the Discord, and I'm sure someone will attend to you right away. Right, so there's multiple ways you can actually reach us. And also, guys, if you ever have any other questions or you still struggle with this, you can also book a live session with any one of the coaches on our website, right? And then we'll also be more than happy to personally help you out with either this question that you just posted or any other questions trading related that you might
and
have.
plus the stream after us. I think all three of them are futures traders, right? On the show after us.
Yeah.
So yeah. If you
a very good point, actually. Catch the guys after us because they're going to take on the morning session, New York morning session, and they are trading the futures only, right? So there, when they place their trades, you can just visually go and see what it is they're doing, how they place their stop losses, and also just in the chat. Ask them directly, especially because they are using a different platform than what we are using here with the Forex and CFD side of things.
CBD.
Right, so hopefully that helps you out. Let me know if it doesn't. I will just reach out to support.
You just told on yourself.
I just told on myself.
That's funny.
Good stuff. Right, can I share my screen, please? I'll quickly do a deep dive on gold. It has been requested. I believe Speaking likes trading gold. I believe he's asked last week to go over it a few times as well. Again, my type of analysis is a little bit different than these two other fellas that's with me here in the mornings. But what I prefer to do is have a working model or a bias as to what I believe gold can do, let's say, over the long term. Long term, I'm still bullish on gold, simply put. Near term, I'm also bullish, but I am expecting still a lot of sideways movement for potentially weeks to come. Obviously, if you are a day trader, you can get more than enough trades going within this. I won't say it's a range. It's more of like I still believe either an ascending or a symmetrical triangle. Too early to tell. Over the near term, I still think we are potentially busy with a D wave of a triangle, then potentially a bit more sideways gyration, price action to the downside, and then potentially a break to new all-time highs. So over the long term, I don't know, obviously can't put sort of like timestamps over here, but this pattern could take quite a while to complete. Again, this is just my opinion. I might be completely wrong about it, but it is what I'll stick with until proven otherwise. Let's just quickly get out my path tool. The other thing I was thinking about here, I think this was that A wave. This looks like a B wave. And then I was talking about how short-lived my proposed C wave is. It could be that we're actually still busy with this C wave. So price now still has to do this, then that, and then this, and then that. And, just cause a lot more confusion for the time to come. But I'm still thinking over the near term, especially if you're interested in day trading, maybe what could potentially happen this week, that we still have some more upside potential, whether it's a D wave either way, or whatever the case might be. We've already got sort of like a triple top type of formation there. They're obviously not at the same exact price where they stopped, but we can say relative highs where they came in, right? And that's the 0.618%. Taken from this high that formed on the 16th of June to this low on the 30th of June. So price is struggling to get through there. If it does get through there, because it's been tested now 2 times and potentially even today, then I would expect a move higher to at least 0.786, which is on this chart around about 3,406. Right, so over the near term, potentially this week, and myself and all these other guys with me here all think that gold can still move higher, at least over the near term, right? Now, if I had to switch to just one of my other workspaces and keep things on gold, then I'm still thinking there's more upside potential. 3,412. Be interesting to know how that correlates with that upper median line of that shift pitchfork. Yeah, 0.786, right? Again, I'm using a pitchfork, or I use market geometry to try and map a path that price might be moving in or towards, and also, within the framework of what I believe might be happening in the bigger picture. Now, if you had to just basically discount all these other lines and stuff here, or actually just before I look at current price action, look at where this corrective structure ended previously, right at that leveling line. I'm going to keep that downward sloping pitchfork on there for the time being. Price has just today actually broken out. So generally, that's when I would delete these pitchforks, because I don't have any more use for it. Even on the way to the upside, although this move to the downside potentially completed here last week Thursday, you can see that price even respected these angles as it moved upwards. And what's really interesting here are these fair value gaps that sort of lined up with these median lines. Last week we were looking at price pulling back into there. We had a continuation to the upside. Price broke above this downward sloping median line. Oops. There was another fair value gap. It retested, moved into the fair value gap, and also lined up with an upper median line. Now, fast forward to today, price broke this larger upward sloping center median line. And this is the one that I'm still thinking is in play for this potential move to the upside. These angled lines to the upside above today's current price could also function as real nice targets if we were to get into a trade. But what I'm really trying to get at is that now we have another fair value gap, right? That formed at the end of the previous candle. That was about 30 minutes ago. And the previous 4-hour candle that started here at 9 o'clock yesterday, and this whole thing kicking off already yesterday as well. So we got another fair value gap here. If price were to potentially behave similar to what it did before, when we have these fair value gaps, tested it once, moved higher, tested twice, moved higher, obviously on separate occasions. But this for me would be a really nice type of setup. If price were to repeat the same sort of behavior, we can get a slightly deeper pullback into this fair value gap. Also where it lines up with this upper red warning line, this one sloping to the downside. It all crosses nicely within that fair value gap. Maybe we'll get the same sort of behavior where these fair value gaps and confluence with the angled medians work as really good, potential buy points. So that would be my go-to trade on gold. That being said, price might just test this upward sloping median line here, find support, and continue higher. If that happens, then I'm going to actually sit on the sidelines. I'm not going to chase this. I want price to come to me, and you can clearly see how it behaved previously. If it behaves the same, I'm all over this. I'm getting in a trade. I know exactly where my stop's going to be. It will be below that fair value gap. And then again, I don't think I'll just go and place a limit order or buy limit order. I think it's always a good idea to wait for some sort of reaction from the area we're going to trade from, right? Tiger and Michael does the same thing. We wait for a little bit more extra confirmation. So at that stage, I can switch to a smaller time frame, 15 minutes, 30-minute time frame. And if you get some sort of a bounce out of that area, then again, I'll be all over it. But what's really nice about this is, or this trade, is that if it does then clear this mess over here, or these highs, then I think there's a really, really good risk reward ratio on this chart, on this trade.
And Richard, also that fair value gap matches up perfect with the 2 hour, the 1 hour demand zone that's tucked in. So yeah,
exactly.
Excellent.
So a very cool area or point of interest, right? Or an area of interest. So obviously it depends where you get into this, but even if you were to get a bounce higher after price tagged that zone, you get in a little bit of a worse area. You at least to this upward dashed median line, where price actually, remember that ugly spike we had last week, Wednesday. If price were to gravitate towards that again, you can then, as time passes, dynamically move this target higher as well. But at least giving you a 3.75, close to a 4x return on that, if your initial risk would be, let's say, slightly below that fair value gap. So I'm going to place a alert a little bit above that zone, and let's go price crossing down. And 21st of August, that's still far away. Create that alert, and then hopefully we get that retracement, right? Maybe today, hopefully. If not, then I'm willing to wait for this. Maybe we'll get this happen tomorrow. So that's my view on gold. Still think higher for gold, at least over the near term. A really good risk-reward ratio trade here. If you had to then, and I'm a day trader, but in trades like these, and if they do set up early enough in the week, so I don't have to hold or potentially hold over the weekend, then yeah, fingers crossed we actually get a setup early in the week rather than later, then I'll be willing to hold that trade at least until the end of the week, should things obviously work out. So we are getting a bit of a pullback. Let's hope we can just get a bit of a deeper one. All right, so that is gold. To all the gold traders in here, have got any more questions related to gold? I know Tiger and Michael covered it as well. Let us know then. We'll be more than happy to answer that for you. Right, I see that our chat's all fired up all of a sudden again. You guys are either late waking up or early waking up, or wherever you are from the world. I know these two with me are doing the real early morning sessions, so they've become.
That's right.
Pretty hard.
We need to move to Europe, Michael.
I'll come and stay in South Africa for a while.
Or South Africa, yeah.
Okay.
At least a little bit.
As you guys know, I like trading the FTSE as well. Let me just switch that. Why didn't that switch now? Come back. There we go. Price action a little bit messy, but like I did there on gold, I'm still thinking that we could still get that fourth wave decline. I know you, Tiger, were also looking at an area lower down where you'll be interested in potentially executing a long on the FTSE or the UK 100. This entire move or bounce after this pretty strong decline, which I still think was the end of the third wave, price action to the upside traced out really nicely within the confines of a shift pitchfork that sloped or tracked, but I still believe could potentially be a corrective move upwards. Today or this morning, had a pretty strong move to the upside, but price failed to take out Friday's high thus far, right? So we are getting a little bit of a decline. I will switch to a smaller time frame in just a moment. But I think if price were to close below this larger upward pitchfork, as median line, then and close below the boundaries of, or this lower median line of this pitchfork sloping to the upside, then I think there's a decent probability that we still could see a decline to around about this area, where we could then potentially get that fourth wave sequence in before we then get a fifth wave to the upside. Again, this is another trade I'll actually be willing to swing trade, depending if how quick it could actually set up. I do not hold trades over weekends. Very rarely like doing it overnight, but if you have the willingness to wait for your setups, price follows, for example, your analysis, then it's worth a shot, right? So you can definitely try to do that. If we can get a deeper decline, assume that we might have that fourth wave completion. Again, my area of interest is actually angular in this scenario. But it's around about the 0.382 Fib retracement level, which is typically a level where fourth waves in the larger scheme of things find support or terminate. Right, so just quickly for those who are not familiar with my count on the FTSE is I'm thinking we had a 1, a 2, then internally 5 waves for the 3, and I still think we're doing this for a 4th, and then a 5th. Right. Thus far, though we had a strong bounce to the upside, this would be my preferred outlook for the UK 100 or the FTSE. For as long as price basically stays below this third wave or proposed third wave high, which terminated at 9,040 and some cents, right? So let's see. Let's switch quickly to a smaller time frame. We have gotten, obviously hit that upper median line again this morning, tested it twice, and now started getting a decline lower. It's too early for me to actually have the confidence to think that this downwards move has started in earnest. I almost want to actually give it a day, unless we start really seeing acceleration during the morning session, then that could potentially be a day type trade that I want to take to the downside towards that area I just showed you on the high time frame. Then have the willingness, if price does get there, to swing it back up to the upside. So obviously that's the advantage you can have as a day trader as well. You can trade both sides of the markets, but obviously you need to be right about direction, right? It's not as easy as it looks, was to say. This here, I think, was an A, that potentially a B. And why I'm saying that is this is either a 1, a 2, and now we're going to start doing this. Let's get rid of that. Or first drop lower, this being an expanded flat ABC, and now the second wave lower. For an ABC overall with more upside to follow. Again, it's a little bit early days for me to get excited about the potential of price moving lower, much lower from where it currently is towards that that area I shown you on the 4 hour. Just before I jump to crude, guys, we just got word from our Hola Prime team that for this Forex session, if you guys are ready to win, they're still going to give 3-away challenges away, right? So this is still towards the, I believe, is it today, guys, or towards the end of the month, for the remainder of the month, right? So we still have a 10K, 25K, and a 50K account up for grabs. So please, guys, stay around in the chat, keep commenting. We're still going to give away a lot of these accounts. And if you stay and you're a futures trader, then stay on for the next round of coaches, as well as to take you into the morning and the afternoon sessions. and we might be giving away some challenge accounts as well. Again, if you want to participate in this giveaway, you need to subscribe to Global Prime's YouTube channel. The Global Prime, Hola Prime Global YouTube channel. I'm mincing my words there. There's actually two channels. That was our original channel. And now we also have this channel, which is the Hola Prime TV channel, right? So you need to make sure that you subscribe to both of them. And actually, while you're there, just hit the like button as well. That'd be really cool if you can do that for us to show that you're supporting us and like what we're doing. And then very, very, very importantly,
we see a lot of people
make sure that in...
Oh, sorry,
Michael,
I guess we had a little delay there. But yeah. No, I just see a lot of people are trying to win these, so this is a great time to go ahead and subscribe and comment and try to win an account.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah,
save your
entry fee. Good stuff.
Seriously.
All right. So again, very importantly, if we decide on a trader or one of you guys in the chats here, we obviously need to know how to contact you, right? So make sure that you link your email address in your YouTube bio, right? So we're going to select one of you guys here in this chat. Keep on the chat, keep it coming. If you're just watching, you're not chatting, then obviously we want to know who you are. So make sure you subscribe to both our YouTube channels. Make sure that your email address is, sorry, this thing is zooming again. Make sure that your email address is linked in your bio of your YouTube, side of things, so that we can actually contact you, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't know who you are. And keep engaging in the chat and stay towards the end. I just got word that we will actually be giving away a challenge account, all right, for free. So please stay tuned towards the end, and either one of you guys could be walking away with one of those accounts. Really exciting stuff and a really good opportunity to get involved in the prop trading world with things, right? So we gave away last week, when was it? Our first one on Thursday. We gave away a 10K account.
Yeah, I think it was Thursday.
Still got to wait for word of what the next one's going to be today. But we just got word we will be giving one away today towards the end of our morning stream during the Forex Fire session. So again, please stay tuned.
Good luck to everybody.
Yes.
Good luck to everybody. All right, so I'm just going to do a hands up here again because this thing is zoomed in and it's a setting I need to change on my camera. But I do apologize for that. I will sort that out. But it can really zoom into my beautiful face thing.
Yeah. Beautiful shiny face.
But I'll sort it out in just a little bit. My beautiful shiny pip, as they call it. Okay. So where was I? FTSE. A little bit on the sidelines. I will get interested in a FTSE for a short if we could start clearing these lows here around 8,975. Again, on the bigger picture, potentially trade that towards that larger zone that I've shown you, assuming that we might be heading lower in that fourth wave decline. So they're giving away the 10K challenge today, guys. Again, I'm still with the back end here as well. And again, we'll give you a heads up when we're going to do that draw, and it will be towards the end of today's session as well. All right, so can I just pass it back to you, Tiger or Michael, while I just sort out this camera?
Michael, you got anything,
I do apologize for that. Guys, so we'll be announcing that actually in the next 1 hour. I just got word on that. So please stay tuned. Please stay active in the chat there. Make sure you follow those steps. And then we'll be choosing one of you guys' names at random. And good luck. That's really exciting. A 10K challenge account will be given away in the next hour. Okay.
Yes. Cool. If we can get my screen up here, I'm looking at this Euro AUD. Let me kind of point something out here. Not too bad at all.
Grab Michael's chart.
So,
oh, you want to show your chart, Michael? Let's just switch.
Michael's.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my screen up here. All right, perfect.
There you go.
So cool. So this is not too bad looking at all. I do want to go over here to the 1 hour chart. So I was kind of looking at this on Friday. Or what day was that? Was that Friday? Oh, I guess that was Thursday. It was Thursday. So I was trying to look for this move to go long, right? Somewhere around here, right? Let me make this green so it can be congruent here. All right, cool. So yeah, I was looking to take this long initially. Now, one huge thing is for me is I can't take this long, as we was mentioning when you and I both were looking at this, Tiger. Is once this 5,200 crosses like this, I can't just take the trade. I'm looking for price to go below this static, right? Which, as you can see, we pretty much had right here. So it wasn't ready on Thursday, but now it's looking right. I can also see this slight head and shoulders pattern. So we got like some left shoulder there, head here, maybe like a shoulder here. Now this is up, right? Now what I really like about this is this green candle. Let me delete this. I like this green candle here that closed below. Above, I'm sorry. Then this red one closed below. Now if I can get this next green candle to close somewhere around here, this will be a nice, as you can see the alert I put here, head and shoulders pattern off the T.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Now you could have taken this here, but it's just something about this, the way this this next red candle just came all the way back down and closed. So you still would probably be in this if you did take it. But for me, I would just like a little bit more conviction and close above this blue tracer, but two, I really wanted to close above this area that it's kind of stalled out at, like right there. So we can get something to close. Let's see, like above this little area here. I would really, really like this setup actually. So again, it's the same setup from Friday. It just actually is confirming now. So I'll put my stop below this little last swing point and target this area here. Nice 1 for 1.5. Not too bad at all.
Nice. All right, so that might be soon, right?
Yeah, this actually might be in this session. It would be funny. Well, no, actually it wouldn't. Because typically right at what? In the next
12
at 5 o'clock is typically when I have to take the trade.
When we go on our breaks, yeah.
Exactly.
Don't forget, don't miss out on your setups this time during break, both of you.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So this one Friday might not do it. Yeah.
We can never take break.
I'm not gonna say I'm hoping it doesn't, but I don't think that it'll close above here in the next 7 minutes. But maybe at 6 it will. Maybe we could be taking this trade at 6 o'clock. It might close above this area because I don't think it's going to do it in the next 5 minutes. I don't really see that, but it totally could happen, right? So,
would you place a buy stop order there, or would you actually just jump in there? So
I would just enter market
oomph to go through
market. Yep.
Gotcha.
I just wanted to close above this little area because that'll give me a little bit more confirmation that this is going long, right? Which, as you can see, it kind of rejected this area a little bit because this candle was a little bit higher, but it looks like it wants to do it pretty bad. So if I can get this to close again above, let's say this area here, I would love to buy this at that. This would give me everything. And then when I'm looking at the 4-hour chart, I can see that price is already above this 13 EMA. This previous candle, this red one, it's above it. It's already had 4-hour confirmation. everything about this looks pretty close to go ahead and take. And again, especially because we were literally looking at this last week. So this is just confirming my bias, one, and two, just really waiting for it to fully set up for me to actually be able to take advantage of it. And that R to R makes sense. I would gladly risk $1 to make $1.50 on this move. Target is 80-yard high. And yeah, this probably is going to set up like in this session.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be looking forward to taking this. And yeah, guys, I'm actually really liking this. So really just got this one. And then as I mentioned, it's Euro CAD. This is on the 4-hour chart. Right, so just waiting for this to turn back over and grab this trade as well. Now this is a little bit smaller risk, but hopefully it can close down here and then I can get some type of pullback to like this area around here and get more like a, you know, almost a 1.5 or maybe a 2-for-1 type of move. But yeah, I would definitely be interested in both these. So I got these 2 alerts set, just waiting for them to go ahead and go off so I can make me some money.
Make that money.
Good stuff,
Absolutely.
good stuff. Just getting word here from our support team that there are some viewers that do not have their email in their YouTube bios. So you're going to be missing out on that 10K giveaway challenge account. So please, guys, make sure you go and do that. Again, within the next probably less than an hour now, probably after our break, we will be announcing the winner of the 10K challenge account. So make sure you subscribe again to both of our channels, YouTube channels, Hola Prime Global as well as Hola Prime TV. And again, we've got no way to reach you personally. You need to put your email in your YouTube bio so we can reach out to you with the account details should you be a winner today.
Yes, right. Yes. Guys, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you are correctly positioned to grab one of these free accounts. Imagine getting a free account, right? Whether it's a challenge or a funded account, and start getting some payouts, and it just changed the whole game for you. That would be crazy. That interview, that story would be like amazing.
That would be.
So that's what we aim to create, a testimonial out of this. So a good positive testimonial.
We're dropping them, giving them away, guys. So just please stay please stay in the chat, right? Keep watching the show.
Yeah.
And
absolutely
help us grow. This thing's organic. We're getting it off the ground, together. So the more you can share, subscribe, get this out there, LinkedIn, Facebook, all the socials, just pass it, put it on out there. And we'll get this thing growing. And we'll have even better stuff to possibly give away in the future, right? So
For sure.
Yeah, they're going to keep coming. They're not going to dry up. I can guarantee you that.
Yep. That's right.
Nice.
That's right. Well, yeah, after the
looks like this
break,
isn't.
Yeah, I was just going to say after the
we'll wait for you because we know already how this goes. He takes all of his trades during our breaks, just before the breaks, but that's all good. Love seeing it, but it's weird how it sets up right as we're going to take a break.
Yes. That's like for me, for some weird reason, my phone could be sitting in my hand the entire time. But as soon as I get up and walk away, whatever the case may be, that's when my phone rings. I'm like, are you serious? I can't believe this happens every time.
Sure.
That's it.
But no, this isn't going to confirm, so we're good to go. Maybe we can take this in the next hour at 6.
Yeah,
6 Central.
6 Central. Yeah. So 1 hour from now, we'll figure out who's going home with the free account. That's awesome.
Definitely.
Sweet.
Right, to all our viewers, thanks for watching. We're not leaving, right? So we'll be back. We just got to take a 15-minute break so we can recharge the batteries, come back with some more chart analysis, hopefully get some trades going for you guys. Please stick around. Again, we'll be giving away a free 10K account. That is one of our challenge accounts. And we just decided we'll do that at 6 a.m. Central. So that's an hour from now. So please stick around. Again, make sure that you subscribe to both our YouTube channels, Hola Prime Global, as well as Hola Prime TV. Please go and link your email address in your YouTube bio so we know how to get hold of you. So the name will be picked out of one of you guys here at random. So when we do pick that, we need to make sure that we can actually reach you. Right. So yeah, that's it. Guys, enjoy your little break and we'll be back very, very shortly.
All right. Perfect. See you guys in 15.
Right. Cheers, bud.
Markets are
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets. And I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading, as well as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. And swing trading is a bit like surfing. When you're surfing, you've got to find exactly the right position in the surf, and swing trading is exactly the same. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do. But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors. So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight. But it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question, and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Paul, trading coach at Hola Prime, and this is a peek behind the scenes of who I am beyond the screens. I've been a trader for 6 years now, spanning from agricultural commodities to equity indices. My philosophy in life is to keep things simple but not simplistic, and to seek clarity, not certainty. In the trading world, these concepts help me embrace a mindset of valuing action over doubt, staying disciplined, evolving with the markets, and maintaining self-awareness. The road to becoming a successful trader is a winding one, but with each twist is an opportunity to reflect and grow. There are no shortcuts in trading, and as a coach, it is my mission to help guide traders down a clearer path to sustainable trading. As a new trader, sometimes the thought of earnings potential can outweigh focus on what truly matters. Long-term success stems from a system of patience, resiliency, and consistency. 2 books I highly recommend that profoundly display these qualities are Mind Over Markets and Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. Outside of trading, I love going to the local beaches and golfing. They allow me to clear my head and have some fun too. Golf is a funny parallel to trade. It requires total concentration, adaptability to changing environments, and the majority of the battle is between your ears. You must have a plan to tackle each hole of the course, combined with sound mechanics to execute each shot. Comparably in trading, plans and strategies are important to build and refine, but precise execution matters equally. That's a brief bit about me. I look forward to seeing you in a live trading session soon and expanding our trading horizons together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Daryl, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. Join me as I unwind after a long day of trading and coaching. So, like I was describing, I like to get out on the trails, take a break from trading, kind of relax my mind, get some fresh air, get some sunshine. It's not bad that I have a number of trails right in my backyard. This one's about a 3-mile trail, and just over that hill right there is the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes I'll take a drive through the canyons and unwind my mind, but oftentimes grab the dog, come up here on a trail, just sit here, and it's beautiful, you know, beautiful out here. Every trader sees the market differently, and if you've been trading for a number of years and haven't had much success, instead of continuing to learn and research and add more, I would suggest maybe trying to unlearn some of the bad habits and removing some things that hold you back. Oftentimes, being simple in the markets is best, and it's only until we can remove and take away the things that we keep repeating that cause us the errors and the mistakes. Once we remove that, we can start to move forward, build some structure, and get profitable. I find that successful traders trade within themselves. They know their boundaries, they know what they're good at, they know what they're not good at. Just kind of finally forged away and had the discipline to stick with it. It's not trading the markets that's the key. It's truly trading ourselves. And once we can do that, then we can find success. Anyway, it's been nice to get to share a little bit about what I do in my off time and how I unwind from the markets. I look forward to seeing you on our Hola Prime TV channels, live streaming every day. And here's to your success. Thank you.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
All right. We're back again. How's it going, lads?
Back.
Managed to
wonderful.
Eat something quick?
Yep.
Absolutely.
I like to throw a slather of peanut butter on my granola bars. That's like the greatest thing ever. Nope.
Cool. Right, before we kick things off, guys, let's just address, Martin asked the question, Martin Lawrence. Guys, is there any giveaway today? Yes, definitely is. In an hour's time, we're going to be giving away a 10K challenge account. So please do stick around for that. And we also got a comment from Christopher Doyley. He says that he loves this channel. It's very informative when it comes to trading and all the stuff that goes with it. Awesome stuff. Thanks, Christopher. Glad you're enjoying it. Again, you as well. Keep tuned in. And again, we'll be giving away a 10K challenge account in about an hour's time. Then we also have the results of our poll that we had this morning, and it seems that the majority of you guys are day traders, 72%. Following that, swing traders at 18%, scalpers at 9%, no position traders, and that was a complete poll of 11 votes. So thanks for voting on that. Looks like the majority of our viewers are day traders. All right, let's kick things off again, guys. So back to Michael. How's that trade developing? Did it not run away from you like it did with me on Friday?
No, it did not. And this is exactly why, right? What I mean when I say you want it to at least act right first. We didn't get a close above this level, and look what it's doing. Had I just taken this trade just because it was green, I would be in some drawdown right now, right? I really wanted to break above this level first. That's what's going to prove to me, like, okay, this thing's ready to go. So didn't do anything just yet, but still looking great overall. We might get this to set up in the next hour or two. Hopefully it's before the session ends for sure. But yeah, nothing just yet. And then I do see that this Euro CAD is attempting to come on back down. Let's get this on the 4-hour chart. What is happening here?
While that loads, Michael, I see we got Elmer FX in the chat.
Oh, our first
Elmer
winner.
FX won.
Our first winner.
Yeah. That account last week. He was our very first winner, and he's already up in profit. Great stuff. Good to hear. Guys,
nice.
Anyone else in the chat that want to have the same experience, please stay tuned, right? So we can still give away the 10K account.
That'll buy a lot of cups.
Please don't go away either, right? So please stay tuned.
Good job, Elmer.
Oh, that's awesome.
Keep her going.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I see Elmer is from South Africa. You can buy a lot of coffees for $59. You can go have a nice day.
Probably, right? That's great.
Nice. Well, yeah, guys, this we do got this Euro CAD attempting to set up, right? Just kind of giving us that second leg. So all we really need is this close, right? Like this close below this area, and this one will be good to go officially. If this closes below here, especially with one nice red shift candle, this will be a Mona Lisa, guys. Like, this is shaping up to be a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trade. Even just how this candle retested this area here. Let's see, this was from this high, 7 pips off. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. So if they retest this area and can't break through and then just get this close below, gorgeous. This would be a lights out trade. This would be a layup trade, basically. And seeing that I'll be up, there will be no way that I will miss this. So this would be super, super, super nice. So yeah, I'm hoping. Got my fingers crossed. Hopefully this confirms. Get some easy money on a Monday. Set the tone for the week. Give me that cushion, that momentum. And, yeah. So we'll see what it looks like. But yeah, I guess if you guys don't have anything, I can do what I typically always do. It's kind of go through the levels here. We'll go through the pairs. I just showed the two that I was only interested in, which would be, again, Euro AUD for the longs and then Euro CAD for the shorts. So those are the only two I'm typically interested in today. And then just how I normally do, I'll go through the other pairs that I would look at too and show why I am not interested in them today. And then if you guys got anything while I'm doing that, just shout and I will just pass the screen right to you guys.
I sure will.
Sounds good.
All right. Sweet. So starting at the top here, I actually still have this up from my session with Daryl. Right, I was kind of pointing out to him what I like it to look like. So just for those viewers who are not familiar with my trading style just yet, this is what I would call my whole bread and butter right here, right? I'm staying away from the peak highs and I'm staying away from the peak lows. I'm only interested in level 1 when the 1350 EMA crosses, and I'm only interested in level 2 when the 5200 crosses, right? In this example, it's to the downside. The other, it's the same exact thing, but the other scenario would be if it's to the upside, right? Looking something like this. So same exact thing, is just the other way around, right? I'm only interested in these two specific levels. Anything else, I do not care about it. I was joking with Daryl earlier today. And I said, I haven't taken a level 3 or a peak trade since like 2021.
Yeah.
And I've been doing great ever since I started trying to time those levels. And ever since I just started sticking to this level 1 and level 2, everything has worked out. Literally, when I care for the peaks at all, I literally mean that, because I know at this point that's just not for me.
Right.
That level is not for me, right? So same exact thing for both of these, right? Whether it's to the downside, let me put peak low, peak high here. But yeah, whether it's to the downside or to the upside, when I come to the charts, I'm only looking for level 1 and level 2 trades, right? Anything else, it's a pass for me for today, right? So I'll go through everything, through all of these, and then you guys will notice that this is my framework. This is the reference that I'm looking at, right? So level 1s, shorts, they need to look like this. Level 2 shorts look like this, and vice versa, the other way around. Level 1 going long, level 2 going long, right? So when I come to the charts initially, I can automatically see, for one, NASI we're on all-time highs. And that automatically means that we're in peak high, right? So there's nothing else to look at this for me, like my style. There's nothing else here. I do like to look at these on the 1 hour chart. So just to kick it down to the 1, there's nothing here on NAS 100. So I would just go to the next one easily. And typically NAS 100, US 30, and S&P, they pretty much look alike most of the time. So same thing here. This is in peak. This is peak high. I'm not interested in this level at all. Same here with S&P 500. This is in peak high, right? So I'm not interested in this level at all. Gold I was interested in today. It was one of the 3 setups that I was interested in. However, it already made its little run. I think I went over this earlier today. In this session, I know I did with Daryl for the slow market. But yeah, we had this head and shoulders pattern here off the 200, right? And instead of it just shooting up, it kind of did give us this small retracement. However, it didn't touch the 50 before it ran up. So at this point, my bias is still long for gold, but I can't take the not a setup for me. Now, maybe if I drilled down to the 15-minute and maybe in New York or something, if we could get price to do something like this, like come back down, give me that W off the 200, market baseline will go below the static, back above for that infamous reload. Right, then I will be interested in this. But that's the only, so kind of how we were talking about earlier today, like, oh, you missed the move. No, not necessarily. I would just drill down to the lower time frame, and then if this happened, if I can get a nice W off the 200 on this 15-minute chart, then I'll be interested in it. But if this doesn't happen, it's a pass for me altogether. So gold still may be in play. We just got to see what's going on. But I'll leave this here just for future reference.
Come on, gold.
Yeah. I'm waiting on gold.
Give me a small retracement. Yeah, give me a small retracement this way. Because as you guys can see, we got this fresh 5,200 cross here. Right? Now, even though this is the 15-minute chart, it's the same exact setup, just on a lower time frame.
Yeah.
So we can get something like this, I'll gladly take the trade. Exactly. It's all fractal. Same pattern, same things happen on all time frames.
I think we're all looking on that same level, ain't we? Pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, this is around.
Richard, I think you were that was your 4-hour,
right?
Your 4-hour fair value gap, wasn't it? Yeah, because I'm looking at the 15. Yeah, same point. Just come down to our point.
It's the exact same level, 33.50. Exact level.
Yeah, just make sure that Michael's buddy listening to us, the Fed. So
right, they eavesdropping.
Get quiet about this.
Eavesdropping on the charts here. Right.
Yeah, that makes me want a wider stop loss just in case he's listening.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's funny.
So we'll see what they give us. Hopefully they're a little kind today or this week. But yeah, that would be the level I'm looking for on gold for sure. Moving on to silver, I'll put this back on the 1-hour chart here. Silver is nothing. This is an easy look at. This has already made its move. Reason being is, remember, once we get this 5,200 cross back here, the next move we're looking for is that move off the 200, which definitely happened. It's kind of ugly, but it was something like this. It kind of ran up. Once this move happens, this is dead because this is level 2, right? There's no move after level 2 has broken this area here. So once we actually broke this area, that's it. So I'm not interested in silver at all. This would need to turn around and go the other way for shorts, which will take a second to happen. So silver for me today is a pass. Crude oil, not looking too bad either. I can see we have this fresh 5,200 cross here. So I know I'm in level 2, which means I'm looking for that pattern off the 200 EMA, whether it be a half a bat, a head and shoulders, or that, some type of pattern off the 200. So we do have this first, whoops, I didn't mean to use this. We do have this first move here. I would want to see a second move come up and retest this area and then drop, right? Simultaneously, market baseline should go below the static, back above for this reload. right? And then that move looks like this. Now, this might not work out great for the simple fact that the R to R might be off. And it looks like it is. Yeah, it is. So if this was to set up something like this, you couldn't take it here. You would definitely need a pullback. And you really need price to close below this 800 EMA just in case it bounced off of it. So this is a better area to probably short it at around the 66.23 level. So I'll be looking for a move like this. Seeing that this is not happening today, crude oil for me is a pass. Next up, we have Bitcoin. Bitcoin is super interesting, as we all know. And I'm only buying Bitcoin. I'm not shorting it. So even if this did set up for the shorts, I wouldn't take it. The only way I would really take a move off of Bitcoin, man, a lot would have to happen. I really wouldn't want to take the W because we've already had the W several times, and this is kind of short. So for me, Bitcoin is just a pass for now. I'm not really interested in it. Next up will be the peso. Funny enough, as I mentioned all the time, I don't trade this at all. But I was pointing out to Daryl earlier today that this would be the move, right? We got the 5,200 cross. This area does not count because if you look down, you can see that the market baseline is still above this static line. So that's not the move I'm referring to. But over here, you can see that the market baseline went below the static right here. So now this is more of the move. Could get something like this. You got one leg. And this is nice too because price went outside the band here. Right? Outside the band, inside the band. This is actually setting up pretty nice for a long. Now, I probably wouldn't take this. Again, I don't trade this at all. I just watch it for the currency exchange rate. And that's really it. But maybe I will. Who knows? Maybe I'll take a trade on the peso to see
The peso.
how it goes.
You can manipulate the prices of what you're paying there, right?
At least by
your side of the world.
Exactly. So, and it is about time for it to come up too, guys. Because like literally, I've been here for 2.5 years. I mean, the lowest it was is like $16, but typically it's about 19.5 to like $20, like for the most part. So for it to be at 18.75, I mean, definitely got some ups in it. All this tariff and trade war stuff has had it a bit lower. So it's been a little funky lately, but who knows? If this does set up, maybe I'll take it. In fact, I'll even set an alert. Just say, check this out.
At 1875,
right?
Yep.
Yep. 1875, exactly. Yeah. So we'll see.
Yeah.
See what it looks like.
1850 level looks like a pretty good resistance point. I was just looking at the weekly time frame on it, like a former resistance potentially turned support at 1848. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens around that one.
Yeah, that's right around this blue tracer level here. Yep, exactly. 65. Yeah. Well, it's a little bit low.
October of 2023 high point is what I was looking at. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what it does in that area.
Definitely might go. Yeah, we'll see. I might take it. Who knows?
Yep.
Cool. So getting into the actual Forex pairs now. I pointed out last week that, let me delete this. This was almost a great setup. And to be honest, guys, this setup literally looks just like EuroCAD, which is why I always mention this is my favorite setup, right? Because we have this 1350 cross here, right? After our huge M structure, our M peak structure. Now, the only thing that went wrong with this is, remember I said, if it touches the 200 EMA, before it pulls back to the 50, I don't get. So this is why I didn't mention Euro USD last week, because I don't like when it does this. This point I would want to see, because this is the level 1 move. I want it to touch the 200 while I'm in it, not touch the 200, go to the 50, and then go back to the 200. That's no. I want it to look like Euro CAD does.
You want to be on
Right?
board.
You see how Euro CAD. I want to be on the board the very first time it touches the 200, not the second time.
I gotcha.
Right.
Yep.
So you can kind of see how once this 1350 crosses here after the huge M structure, price runs, but it does not touch the 50. I mean,
Right.
200, I'm sorry. And it pulls back and then it drops. That's the move I want to be on right here. Right. But unlike Euro CAD, you can see Euro USD. Euro USD has hit the 200. That I don't like. So now the level 1 move is gone. I'm not interested in that at all. I'm only interested in when the 5200 crosses here and price comes down and gives me that M structure, right? With the market baseline going above the static for that reload, then I'll be interested in that move. Right, so I'm only interested in the level 2 move on Euro USD because, again, price has already touched the 200, so there is no level 1 move. But yeah, I just want to point out that it looks extremely close to Euro CAD.
Yeah, that's important though, because
Right, so-
probably a lot of buyers stepping in right there, right at the 200. So you just got to have to see what price does, how it reacts, reshape your reload and your setup. So yeah, it makes total sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. You just have to stick to the guns, basically. Like this wouldn't work out great. It attempted to look great, but it didn't do it. Like it ended up running down here. As soon as it touches the 200, because my thinking of it is, once price touches the 200 and then pulls back to the 50, the probability that it goes back to the 200 is much less than if it's happened the very first time. Right? Like when I'm looking at Euro CAD on this 4-hour chart, the probability of this going to the 200 this very first time is really high. Like it's actually extremely high, which is why this is my favorite setup. Right? Because again, it missed the 200. I know there's orders on the other side of this 200. So they want to miss it by teasing them, thinking that people who jumped in early, like, oh, it's so close, let me go ahead and short it now. And they pull it on back. By the time they come back and hit traders here on this first time, they stop these traders out who went here. These traders who are above the 50, they have pending orders going long. So they then grab them here. These traders who are long, they're a little panicking. They come back here, give them a second chance, like, oh, all right, it is coming back long.
Jumping in
It's
again.
just a whole mind game. Yep, jumping in again probably, or either closing their position because they finally came to break even. They can't take it anymore, right? And this is all right before they finally decide to run, right? So that's my thinking of it behind it, right? And
Yeah, because I'm one of the buyers on the other
probability.
underneath. Yep.
Right.
Well, I'm a little further down though. I'm down at the 58.21 level. That's where my alert's set. But yeah, looking for that liquidity sweep, fall down into the unfilled orders. Yeah, and then I'm taking off.
Yep.
And
yeah, it's just that
level.
When price touches the 200 the very first time, I want to say the probability is super high, like 80-85%. But for it to be like Euro USD and like touch it, go back to the 50 and then touch it again, that it goes down from, I want to say like maybe 75, 70, 65% that'll happen.
Yeah.
So I like it to be on the first ride, and that's really good. So just getting back to it, Euro USD was a pass for that exact reason. And then getting on over to Euro JPY. Euro JPY again is at peak high. I'm not interested in this at all. You can easily see that this is peak high too, right? I'll be looking for the move that looks something like this, right? And I'll want to get in here with my target here. This will take a minute to happen. So today, EJ is a pass for me. I don't like it at all. Euro CAD, we just went over this quite a bit, so I'm not going to go over it again. Euro NZD. Euro NZD to me is also pretty high. Like, as soon as I have to keep going to the left like this and seeing where the 5,200 crossed, I can just automatically tell that we're definitely in level 3. So once again, the 5,200 crossed all the way back here. This was June 11th, right? And then we had this W structure here that went long. All right, so this move is done. There is no, once the price has broken above this area, it's done, which it definitely has done. So we're all the way up here. For me, EN is a pass. I'm not interested in it at all. EG, same exact thing. I can easily see this because of how far the EMAs are spaced out. I can automatically tell I'm at level 3. But when I gotta keep going all the way back here and doing this, right? I can see that 5,200 cross is back here. Then we had this funky move off the 200. Looks like it's pretty much
Funky.
Something like this.
Funky time.
Right.
Funky
So
time.
after that, it's dead. I'm not interested in EG at all. EA is the move that we are interested in because it's trying to make that we have this fresh 5,200 cross. Like, I literally like the move off the 200 directly after the 5,200 has crossed in level 2. Or I like the fresh move off the 50 after the 1350 has crossed. So this is why I'm interested in this one. This is easy to see. It's right here. The chances of this closing above here and taking out these highs is very high. So I will be all over this move if it was to set up. It has everything it needs. Everything. So we even got price on the right side.
All
of
the
the
ingredients.
Yep. I can smell it. I can hear it crackling. You know, I'm setting the table right about now, just waiting for it to be done. Right. So this I'm interested in. So we'll keep that there. That's why we got the alert. GU I'm not too interested in. I can tell this is coming off of level 3 peak low, and I can easily see that because we have this fresh 1350 cross here. All right, we got this huge peak low action here. Run up does not touch the 50, right? It's supposed to kind of like bounce off of this, but this is ugly. This is a very ugly move. So I wouldn't be interested in it. I would be interested in the level 2 move once this 50 and this 200 cross. I'll be interested in that. For the price to come up, give me some type of W structure and then go long. Market baseline will go below the static, back above for that reload. I will be interested in that.
Reload.
Right, I will be interested in what it looks like. So the level 2 move, once the 5,200 crosses here. But the level 1 move, not so much because it's ugly. It's actually really ugly. And what makes it the ugliest out of all of it in level 1 is the fact that right here, the 1350 cross back to the downside. So there's no real confirmation or direction on this just yet.
No.
So I want to see the move happen in level 2. I'll take that one. So for me today, GU is nothing. What is happening over here? All right, cool. So GJ next up. GJ I don't like either because if you can see, price it's hovering on this 200 EMA, but I can tell that we already have had a move back here, right? The 5200 crossed somewhere in here. So I'm not interested in this move. And this actually looks very, very funny. So GJ is nothing for me. It is a total pass for today. GA looks like EA is actually giving the same exact thing. 1350 cross, so I know I'm in level 1. However, then we got this peak, like the peak low, runs up, touches to 200, right? So you will be looking for some type of move going long, but for the simple fact that we have this 1350 cross back to the downside, I'm not interested in that. I will want to see just how EA is, the 5200 cross, and then I want to see price actually come back. Give me that W structure off the 200. Market base now need to go back below the static, something like that. Give me my reload, and then I'll be interested in this move going long from here. But want to be careful because you do have this 800 EMA in the way, so you need to make sure that your auto R makes sense. But yeah, I will be interested in the level 2 move once again, just like EA after the 5200 crosses. Right now, this is ugly, like ugly.
Ugly.
Guys,
Yes.
just a quick reminder to our viewers, we got the, sorry, Michael, we got that 10K account to give away. Challenge account, not right now, still a little bit away, so please stick around. Hands up in the chat if you're still here. Make sure that you followed all those steps if you want to be in line for that prize. Again, we're giving away a 10K account. That will be a 10K challenge account. And probably about 20 minutes, 25 minutes from now. So please do stick around, guys. It'd be really nice to give that away to one of our viewers. We already had on FX last week take a account home as well. So again, congrats to him. But to all the rest,
and making money.
Stick around. We're going to pick and choose one of you guys' names here on random. And then, yeah, hopefully you're a winner today. Elma FX, I don't know if they're going to allow you to win twice. We'll see. You never know.
Right.
Hey, you don't know unless you ask, though.
Absolutely.
Definitely. Hustle.
Back to you, Mike. Sorry, I just had to announce that quick.
No worries. That's a great question. Like, hey, can I win again?
I'd be asking the same question. Hey, they even hate on it.
You're on a roll. You're on a roll.
Me too. Nice. Sweet. Okay. Well, moving on to GC. GC looks pretty much the same as well. We got this 1350 cross here. So I can tell that this is in level 1. And also another good way to tell guys is we have the 1350 cross, so we know we're in level 1. But as you can see, the 50 and the 200 has not crossed yet. So that's how you can easily tell you're in level 1, right? But once these actually cross each other, right? Now we're in level 2. Once the 50 and the 200 crosses. So similar to the last ones, I would want to see this move happen. I don't like this bounce move again, because once this 1350 crosses back to the downside and just runs up like that, that's really ugly. That's not a real move.
Mm-hmm.
So not interested in that at all. I would much be more interested in seeing, again, the W structure in level 2 going long, market baseline going below the static, back above for that reload, right? And I would be interested in that move to the upside, right? And again, same as the other ones, make sure your R to R makes sense, because you do have this 800 EMA here. So yeah, This will take a minute to happen, obviously. So for me, this is a pass for today.
Pass.
GN looks. You're right.
A lot of puff passing today.
For sure, that's a Monday for you.
Oh yeah,
that is a Monday for you.
Yep.
So here I can see we got this fresh 5200 cross as well, right? And then we have a second one crossing to the downside. So what that means to me is this thing is undecided, and since it's undecided, so am I. I don't want to touch it at all. This is just hideous. So easy pass. Next up, we got GF, Swiss pound. See, here we go again. When I got to scroll all the way back to see when the 5200 cross, this is way, way, way too much. So I'm not interested in this at all. I would much rather see this going to the upside at this point. So this is a pass.
Mm-hmm. Right.
USD CAD. We looked at this one last week. This one was pretty simple to see as well. We have this fresh 5200 cross. So I know I'm in level 2. So I'm looking for some type of pattern off the 200, which we still don't have yet, guys. If you look at the market baseline, it's been staying above this TDI. I'm sorry, the market baseline has been staying above the static line the entire time. We literally just got back. If you look close, it just now went below here, below the market baseline, or the market baseline below the static. So we're just now getting to a point where we can actually even look at an opportunity here. So I will be looking for some type of move off this 200 EMA, going back up to the upside, right? Market baseline is already below the static now, finally. So I'll be looking for that reload. And I'll be looking for the move this way to take this to the upside. Stops below the swing. My target would be the 80-yard high. And boom, I'll be looking for this move. This might be a decent move for this week, actually, guys. USD CAD.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. I know USD CAD, I believe Tiger was the lowest. Was it a negative 11 you mentioned on the fundamental side?
Dollar CAD? No, it's actually a positive. It's six. Yeah, because that's the one that I got in on. Yeah, that's the one I got in on Friday, and then going back to our conversation about holding stuff over the weekend, that was the one I did get out of because it was only a few pips up. So yeah, I just took my cup of coffee and ran on that, and I'm glad I did because it opened up yesterday, gapped down, so would have definitely gapped below my stop loss had I still been in that trade. So definitely glad I got out of that one, but yeah, it's still showing a six right now.
Nice.
Stayed safe on it.
So that's even better. Yeah.
Yep.
That's even better. Maybe we can get some type of action off the 200 later in the week, and then we can catch this move going to the upside. So I'm actually leave this here. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm just going to put edge finder. And I'll just put it equals 6 just so I can kind of remember.
Oh, there you go. Yep. There you go.
So I'll do it like that.
Tiger, the edge finder.
USD CAD. Yes.
Signals on here. Yep. Right. I'll let you know if updates along the way.
Sweet. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll leave that there for now. USD CAD is looking not too bad at all for later in the week. So perfect. Let's see. Oh, this one looks not too bad at all either, actually. So reason being is, as you can see, we have this.
They're just popping out all over the show.
Yeah, now they are. First we had a bunch of passes. Now we're kind of getting to some action pairs.
Starting to get some setups.
We got this fresh 5,200 cross. And now we're looking for W's off the 200, right? So we got this first leg here. Maybe we can get like a second leg to challenge it, close above, that'd be the target. TDI looks nice. You got outside the band here. We got inside the band. Market baseline is already below the static. So this could easily, well, this is already giving us the reload. So that's good. Let's just set an alert for, I want to see it close above this price here. So around 80.20, 0.8020. Then I'll just put an alert here and put this as W of the 200. All right. So not bad at all, actually, on, I'm going to take this off, but not bad at all on USD CHF for long positions. Let's see what this will look like. If we target it to 800. Oh, it's a little tight. So it's barely a 1-for-1.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Yeah. Because we got this 800 EMA sitting here. But yeah, you would probably want to try to get in on like a pullback or something. So if it closed above, that's nice. You can probably take one position, but you would want it to pull back at least a little bit, right? To try to get somewhere in here.
Ratio.
Yeah,
Make it worth your while, huh?
Exactly. Because it's a little tight how it is now. So, well, cool. So that's UF. We'll leave that there. UJ, I'm not interested in UJ at all. I can easily see how the EMAs are spread out so far away. This is in level 3, peak high. This is a pass automatically. I don't like this, not one bit. Okay, we got some slight action here on AUD CAD. I can see we have a fresh 5200 cross. So I know we're in level 2. We got our first leg here. And we can get a second leg to come up and test this area. Maybe drop down to about here, retest that low over there. Obviously, simultaneously, market baseline is already above the static for that reload, so that's nice. And that move will look something to the downside. We will want this, we want to enter on a close below this 800 EMA. So got to make sure you put that there. And then TP could be all the way down here at this blue tracer. So barely a 1-for-1 as well. It'll be nice if you can get a small little pullback to about this area. Give you a little bit more room there. So not too bad on AUD CAD. So we'll leave that there as well. Moving along here is NU. NU move has already happened. So NU I'm not interested in at all. You got that 5200 cross here. The next move off the 200 was right here. It gave us a little head and shoulders pattern, right? And then it dropped. Yes, it kind of pulled back here and dropped again. But as I mentioned, seeing that this is outside the band, that's not a move to take. So I will leave that alone. So there's no more moves to the downside on this. This will need to turn all the way around, and I will be looking for longs. So for now, this is a pass on NU. Next up is NZD CAD, which looks the exact same. This move I remember from last week as well. We had this 5200 cross. Next up was the head and shoulders pattern off the 200 with the same run up and drop with the outside the band on the TDI. So this was a pass last week, and it's a pass this week too. This is not right. I'll be looking for a move to the upside once it actually gets itself together. Something like this 50 and 200 crossing. Give me some type of W's going long, right? With the reload happening there. So nothing for today on this one. I don't like it at all. And then, so we're on NF. Not at all. Don't like it, don't take it. That was on NF. I do want to go back to, what is this? Euro AUD really quick. And I'll just jump back. So I thought we might have been able to take this trade at 6, but as you guys can see, we still cannot take this because it has not broken above this level yet. Right? Gave us a little fake like it wanted to. Got some wick, got some tail at the bottom. But maybe we'll see what it looks like. This can still easily close all the way up here, and it'll be good to go. But
it's been very messy towards the left there, right? You got a candle going up and immediately down, up, immediately down.
Yep. Driving people nuts right now.
You got this. It is. It really needs to break out of this because it's a lot of trap traders right here. There's a lot of trap volume with this one candle. So everything up in here to me is very suspect. That's another reason I wanted to close above this area so we can kind of get out of this little zone.
Yeah. So a lot of fighting going on right there.
For sure. Cool. So we were on NF. Just got a few more pairs here, and I'll pass it to one of you two. But yeah, NF is really, really low. This thing just been going down for the longest. So I'm not interested in NF at all on the short side, only on the long side, right? This thing would need to basically give us some 5,200 cross around here. Let price come up, give us that W structure going long, right? Market baseline going below the static, back above for the reload. And I'll be interested in that move to the upside, right? This will not happen anytime soon, so this is a pass for me today. Next up is AU. AU is pretty easy to see. We have this 5,200 cross. That means we're in level 2. And then I will be looking for some type of M structure off this 200 back to the downside. We already have outside the band here on the TDI. Market baseline is actually already above the static for that reload. So that doesn't look bad at all either. And that move will look something like this. Remember, it needs to close below the 800 EMA so it doesn't bounce off of it. And we can target this low. Not too bad. Risking $1 to make $1.44. This will be the move I'm looking for.
Is that on the Aussie dollar?
Yep. Yes, sir. Yeah, this will take a second to happen, more than likely, because we only got one leg put in so far. But possibly this might can happen later today in Asia, maybe. So
and that's one of my more bearish. One of my more bearish ones at a -7. So, yeah, that would be pretty good.
Yeah, I love when you say stuff like that because it just the fundamentals just confirm the technicals. I love that.
Hey, we're here to help each other, right?
Makes him more confident in the trade.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Oh, sure.
It does.
Oh, sure.
Cool. So on AF looks a little funny, guys. I want to say that I'm seeing a 5,200 cross here, which lets me know I'm in level 2. However, we got this one to cross back to the downside to let me know I'm in level 2 going the other way. So just like that other pair from earlier, when I have mixed signals like this, it's just a pass. If you're confused, I'm confused. I don't know what to do.
Right. Yeah.
I would just leave this one alone altogether.
A lot of these currencies have got really messy price action at the moment.
Yeah. You gotta step to the side when that happens. Yeah, Euro Swiss is really ugly too. I would just leave this one alone altogether. CAD Yen is easy to see. I can tell we're in level 3. This is peak high. I'm definitely staying away from this one. This one is needs to go back to the downside, right? Like something like this. Price come down, give me that M off the 200, and then short. I'll look for that move on this one. So that'll take a minute to happen. Maybe later this week, who knows? FJ, same exact thing. I can see that this is really high. This is in level 3 as well. We got this peak I'm sure by now you guys can see, like right away, I can tell. That's why my first question always is, what level am I in? If I'm in level 3, there's no need to even look at this because I'm not going to take it. Right? I'm only interested in 1 and 2. So this is nothing for me today. CAD Swiss. CAD Swiss is interesting because we just got this 5,200 cross to the upside. But look at this huge candle here. Don't know what this was. That news with that
the rumors.
Yeah,
Powell rumors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Psych.
So not the prettiest, not the ugliest. Maybe, I mean, just maybe we can get something that looks like this, like the W, and then go back to the top here. Market baseline is already below the static for this reload, so that's not horrible either. And we can probably attempt to get a move.
So not too bad.
Yes, not the best, not the worst, right? Might watch out for it. In fact, I'll put an alert here just to see. I'll just put, check this out.
Looks like we got a new poll question.
We'll see.
Huh?
We'll see what that looks like. And I think I just got 3 more here. Yeah, AN, AJ, NJ. These are interesting because this is already really high and price has touched the 200 already, as you guys can see. So we got this M top, 1350 crossed here. Price touched the 200, so I'm not interested in a level 1 move. I would want to see the 50 and the 200 cross to the downside. Price come up, give me that M structure, and then drop. Right, market baseline going above the static for that reload. And then I would be interested in this. Now, AN, NJ, and AJ are very interesting to me because I won't take them outside of Asia. That's the only way I would take it if it occurred in Asia. Because they're both, well, all 3 of them, all 3 other pairs are 2 Asia pairs. So AUD, NZD, AUD, JPY, NZD, JPY typically moves in Asia. And I won't take it in London and I won't take it in New York. And if I did, it has to be a very pretty setup, and I won't put my full risk on it. So this is not great. Then we got the last 2, which look the exact same, actually. So AUD, NZD, NZD, JPY, and AUD, JPY all look the exact same. I won't touch either one of those. So yeah, that is pretty much it. I do want to go back to Euro AUD Euro AUD one last time before I pass it. This is attempting to close up here, guys. We got a little bit of momentum coming up here to the upside. This thing wants to close up here. It's just a little level right here. So we'll see how it acts. We still got a whole 50 minutes, basically. Yeah, basically like an hour. We'll see what happens in the next hour.
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe, we can take this trade in 50 minutes. So, but yeah, that is pretty much it for me. So I just like doing that so you guys can see why I'm interested, because I'm doing the same exact thing for every pair, right? And some of them lets me know, hey, you're in level 1 or you're in level 2, and those I'll pay a closer attention to. But if the move has already happened, if it's in level 3 peak high or peak low, it's a pass. So I just go through all of them and just point out. And this is how I create my watch list, basically. Like my watch list now is Euro AUD, Euro CAD, what is that? USD CHF, I believe it was, USD CAD. And just to kind of monitor them just a little bit that way and kind of kick to the curb the pairs that are ugly, or there's no way I take that.
Do you have a favorite pair?
Best of the best.
2 or 3? Or does it matter?
To be honest, nope, really don't. I really don't. I mean, I have pairs
Setup's a
that,
setup. Yeah.
Yep. I have pairs that I've performed on pretty well, to be honest. Like USD CAD actually is my highest performing pair. So if USD CAD, I really like it because for some reason I always, like my stats are really high on that one. But for the most part, I think I mentioned it's like 63.48% hit rate across the board for most of them. I think Cat maybe touched like 71.
That's awesome.
Is it any different with your shorts versus your longs? Would you say?
No, they're pretty close. So I think it was at 46. 46 was on the short side. I'm sorry, 46 was on the buy side, and whatever the other half of that would be, it was on the long side. So pretty close. That's like 49, 51. Pretty close.
Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Well, I mean,
good
Michael,
stuff.
If you didn't have anything, I can go over a few of my shorter term setups. Unless you had anything you wanted to share real quick.
No, that was pretty much it. I just went through everything. That's pretty much all.
Richard, I'm sorry.
I set my alerts up.
Just a quick note. We're going to announce the winner in about 4 minutes' time. So just take note of that.
Okay.
But Tiger, go show us what you have.
Let's go ahead and flip on over.
4 minutes' time, we're going to announce the winner, guys. Again, a 10K challenge account. Please stay around. It's almost time to announce our winners. So again, you need to subscribe to both Hola Prime TV and global YouTube channels. Please continue to comment on this live session and make sure your emails are in your YouTube bio so that we can actually contact you if you're the winner. Right, so we're going to be announcing the winner live in around about 4 minutes from now. So please do stay tuned, guys.
Let's see. Cross your fingers, guys. Cross your fingers. Let's start somebody's week off great with a free.
Elmer FX was our winner last week. There's been some other winners with some of the other coaches. So, we love doing this, guys. Giving away some freebies, right?
That's right. That's right. Well, since that'll be in about 3 minutes, I'll just real quick go over the week. I mean, obviously today the only thing going on is Australia's monetary policy minutes at 8:30 Central tonight. Nothing too major, but tomorrow on Tuesday, Governor Bailey of England will be flapping his lips at 4:15 a.m. Central Standard Time, and then Fed Chair Powell, he's going to flap his at 7:30. So as always, that tends to create a little bit of volatility in the markets. So something to keep an eye out for during tomorrow morning's session for the pound, and then of course the dollar right at the end of our session. But Wednesday, Governor Bullock, he's going to speak for the Australia dollar, the RBA, at 10:05 p.m. And then other than that, the U.S. home sales is 9 a.m. Wednesday. But the main U.S. info is really Thursday. We do have a lot of PMI data coming out for the euro and the British pound, and
that's right.
And then the dollar as well. So that's really the dollar's only red folder event, if you will. It's Thursday. It's Thursday at 8:45 a.m. So that'll be the flash manufacturing and the flash services purchasing manager index reports. So just a little bit of a heads up. It's definitely going to be lighter on the U.S. dollar front with literally just that one red folder event. But it'll just be kind of a game of waiting to see what they talk about, Governor Bailey and then Fed Chair. So that's really on tap for the next couple of days. But that's really about it. And then retail sales rounds up the week for the British pound at 1 a.m. Central Time on Friday. So just a little bit of a heads up on that. A little bit lighter data, but really Thursdays are the main day with all the PMI data for those various countries. So
cool.
Just thought I'd throw that out there to announce the winner.
Gents, let's do this. The time has come. To all our viewers that's been active there in the chat, hopefully completed all of those steps. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for the patience. And we have chosen a winner. And drum roll, guys. We'll release that in 3, 2, 1. And our winner of a 10K challenge account, this is our second time during the Forex Fire session, is Martin Lawrence. Well done, Martin. Are you still there in the chat? Whoop, whoop.
That's hilarious.
He's got emojis going out there. Awesome stuff. Well done, Martin.
That's hilarious.
Let's go.
Martin has a famous person's name, like the comedian actor Martin Lawrence.
The comedian, right? Yeah, that's what I
was actually going to ask him, is it the actual comedian or is it the stage name? Well done, Martin.
I did not know there was a dab icon. That is so funny. Oh my gosh. Dab. I can't get over that.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff.
Hilarious.
And that's not easy
Congrats.
to win with us.
Congrats, Martin.
There will be more prizes until the end of this month. So do stay around. Also, if you're watching the other coaches during their sessions, we'll also be announcing some more winners for other accounts. But Martin is our second winner during the Forex Fire sessions. Again, Martin, well done. We will be reaching out to you via email. I do believe you've put your email address in your YouTube bio. So please look out for comments from our support team, and then you'll get your account set up. Again, well done, Martin. Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Congrats.
All right.
Congrats.
So yeah,
nice.
Went over the calendar data. So yeah, I could just take a quick look back in if you want to flip on over to my chart. I'll just take a look at some of these other more near-term setups that I've got. As it is Monday, obviously it's a slower day typically. So we'll just see if we can get some pullbacks. Yeah, I'm still obviously in those other couple trades. Not looking the greatest, to be honest, because the dollar has kind of been doing some selling off here over the last, 8, 9, 10 hours. So basically since the market opened yesterday. But yeah, so still in a little bit of drawdown on that pound dollar trade. Swiss Jap, let me see here. Yeah, a little bit of drawdown I can see already. So yeah, once you get flipped over back in, I'll just go through a few of these more near-term items. I did find a level for U.S. oil, so I'll be pointing that out here in a second. Yeah, because again, U.S. oil is. What's that?
I'll be interested in seeing your levels.
Oh yeah,
on crude.
Yeah, oil, like I might have mentioned earlier, it is getting.
There we go. There's charts. There we go. You're up, Tiger.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, so oil, I think you mentioned it last week or 2 weeks ago. It's just had quite a funky bunch of silliness here. You know? So it's been kind of tough. It's been kind of tough to figure out which direction this thing wants to go. So we just needed more information. Right? When we were talking about it, we were talking about it back in this area somewhere. But it's since trying to. It's since kind of made a little bit of a slow grind up, but now it's making a little bit of a lower low. So, but today's the first day I've seen it pop up with fundamentally to where it's actually giving me a bullish score. So, I was looking on a smaller time frame on the 15, I believe it was. Yeah, 15. So you've got a little bit of a demand zone right here. Quite a few green candles coming out of that. I definitely would incorporate this whole entire bottom as far as a potential stop loss rather than the bottom there. Obviously, you got that big wick there with the most volume actually on that red candle that's further down. But and then, yeah, the top of that real body is perfectly in line with the top of the wick of this red candle before the increase. So, yeah, I think, just for cosmetic sake, I'll just make that whole thing green like that. But yeah, obviously that red candle was kind of the the last red candle down. So yeah, just to incorporate all that, we'd look to get potential buy there. So that's it. I mean, obviously there's plenty of knocks I could give on this thing because it hasn't broken any highs yet, any recent highs.
Just got that alert.
I mean,
your AUD is not ready yet, but it did just touch that level. Finally,
it's getting ready.
Yeah, we heard it. I could hear your alert go off. But yeah, like I said, so with this thing just now flipping to bullish bias, that's why I'd be okay with taking a stab at that. I mean, just something small. Now, if it decides to take another day or two, before it hits, I would actually prefer if it breaks all this stuff up here first, just to show a little bit more strength before returning. I mean, that, we all have wish lists. That would be my wish list. So we'll see. But, again, it would potentially be quite early on in that trend if we could get it, to curl around. I might take a stab at that. Denazi. So yeah, just looking at the Nazi here again. I don't know that I mentioned this level earlier, but this is one that I might be interested in taking a dip into, just because it is. I mean, it's just been a nice. I mean, obviously big increase over the last X amount of weeks, but also just looking at it on a smaller time frame, I wouldn't look at this as anything more than just literally a buy to come back to the. Just to come back to that top. So like a shorter term scalp type trade, get a potential buy off of this little zone here. It looks better on a 10-minute because it does have 1, 2, 3 green candles coming out. It did come back and it did flirt with it, but it did not touch. So it's still unmitigated at the moment. So yeah, I might be interested in something like that just for a super, super quick, scalp type trade. So we'll see how that one goes. EuroCAD. I know we've kind of beat this one over the head quite a bit today, but I do still have this 15-minute zone down here. I do like all those green candles coming out. I'm currently trying to create a new demand zone right here, again on the 15. So looking at the volume down below it, let me see here. Yeah, I mean, I still really favor this one. I do have some higher volume candles, but yeah, we'll see what price does when it comes down to this area, because if you look at the 5-minute time zone, as far as the master pattern, we are getting some contraction boxes here. Price has already went to the upside, to the downside, so liquidity on both sides. If it can go up and collect this liquidity here, and by the way, I don't know if I ever mentioned this, but on the master pattern, it always puts the liquidity lines on the swing highs and the swing lows right here. So green means liquidity. The red means liquidity for the sell side. So, yeah, I mean, for something like this, if I can get a break of that liquidity line and come back, we might even take a stab at this on a smaller time frame. On a 10 would be the 10-minute, or I guess it'd be the same for 50. So yeah, the 15-minute, the 10-minute, and then the 5-minute all kind of line up right there in the same area. So it's a little bit of confluence when we're looking at the smaller time frames. So albeit not near as important as the higher time frame confluences, but it is still a confluence of 3 zones. So I do like that for that reason. Obviously, increase in volume coming out of it on a 5-minute. So yeah, only if it breaks this high though. I only want to take that trade if it breaks and gets that liquidity. That's really what I'd be interested in. So, so yeah, we'll just take a look and see what happens there. Of course, that would be more intraday, possibly later. So, tis the setup. The Nikkei. I don't think I pointed this one out earlier, but 30-minute time frame. I am getting a really nice. Reset my chart here. Really nice demand area down here. The only thing I dislike is the lack of volume, because that's obviously after, it's Friday, right before the end of the day, right? So, so yeah, very low volume in that area. But look at that big candle. I mean, that's just excellent looking when we're looking at the smaller time frame. Broke these highs right here. Again, just like the NASDAQ, it flirted with it, but did not mitigate it. So we go down to the smaller time frames. I want to look at my master pattern. Let's see here, 10-minute, 15. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the 10-minute, we've obviously got a minor contraction box. So prices broke down, broke above, same thing. Come down and collect liquidity and unfilled orders. I mean, I'd be interested to see if we could get a bounce off that area. Little narrower, little narrower of a range, but so I'd probably do something like this, throw a stop loss below that whole area, the whole entire area, rather than just right here below it. Then, yeah, because well, and plus you got a zone on top of a zone as well. I mean, if we go look at this candle here, now this candle is good because if you look at the volume below, it's actually pretty much double the size of that basing candle. So that's a good sign. Obviously, the candle itself is twice the range, so it matches up perfect. That's effort and result being equal. And then when you do get into this area, like right after, like I said, that's where the volume starts to dry up. So, yeah, I wish there was more volume in there, to be honest with you. But again, I'm incorporating zone on top of zone. At least this candle did have some pretty good volume coming out. And again, wide stop loss. So drop it below that whole range. But look, I mean, it's just a super excellent looking leg coming out. Just it's awesome. Looks great. And then yeah, even if this contraction point, like I said, price breakdown, up and down. It's just going on all sides of it. So creating that liquidity each time at some point. Now that's obviously where I've got it set for now. If take a small loss there if it doesn't work out, but ultimately, like I pointed out this morning, that zone on a 2-hour time frame looks the best, or the 4-hour, I guess it would. So I'll probably just I'll probably just end up keeping my patience and just wait for that level ultimately. Yeah. Again, I'm talking myself out of the levels, so. So look, it's easy to see stuff on a smaller time frame, but if you ever, I don't know, like I do this all the time. Like something will look good enough on a smaller time frame, I might take it. But if I'm ever second guessing myself, I always just pull out to a higher time frame. What does it look like in the big picture of things? And yeah, again, like I did earlier this morning. Now that I pull out to further out, I don't think it looks as good. So yeah, I'm going to ignore that. I'm going to move that. I think I did this earlier with the NASDAQ or something, but I'm going to pull that. I'm going to pull that alert down to this level. That's just a lot more. I feel a lot more secure taking that level, to be honest. So we're going to do that. Yeah, I thought about that JPY earlier, but I'm just trying to find some smaller time frames. Wouldn't surprise me, though, if it hit and just turned around and went the other way, but we'll see. S&P, probably going to be a similar story over here. I mean, I did find this 5-minute zone right here. 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles coming out. But the reason I like this one is because if you look, we got some excellent volume underneath. So unlike the JPY, which was pretty much in the same area, this one has some gumption. This one has some gusto coming out of it on a 5-minute time frame, right? So,
gusto.
So that's gumption. That's right. So we are definitely going to keep an eye on that. Might possibly take a trade on that. If that one doesn't work out, we got another one down below. And yeah, I mean, if you look at it, you could potentially look at that as what we got here, like a goblin. We got a goblin with some tall, pointy ears right here, trying to turn into a weird head and shoulders.
Get out the drone
to
right. Some chart art.
If we want to do some chart art, then for that reason alone, it could be a potential, pull down to here to finish off the rest of its body before a bite of the long side. So yeah, I'll keep an eye on this, but I quite like the 10-minute as well, 10 and 15-minute. In fact, yet again, I've talked myself out of the top one. So I'm actually going to put it down to the 15, just like that. Because that goblin will probably get me if I try buying that higher zone, right?
That's how it goes.
But again, yeah. I'm arguing with myself because again, that volume does look pretty good. And yeah, we're gonna put it back. I want to see what happens on that one because again, look at that volume down there. It's just beautiful. Gigantic red candle. You cannot ignore red candles on a VSA. there's just a ton of action. So there you go. You guys just saw me change my mind twice on one setup.
What you gonna take this now again, or what's the story? I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I'm gonna keep an eye on that one. I do like that one. The volume just speaks volumes, literally. Double negative there. And then I think that was the main ones I was looking at. What else? Oh yeah, something I wanted to show. So like we're talking about gold today, and obviously Bitcoin, like I said this morning, is showing up as one of my bullish signals as well. So, well, which one do I take? Because like for me, where's the setups here? Bitcoin is a 6, gold is a 6. So they're both the same fundamentally. So one thing I like to do is look at the Bitcoin to gold ratio. BTC USD / XAU USD, just like that. Now this only shows on a daily time frame, and I think it's because of the package I have. But you know, looking at a daily time frame, you can see the relationship between Bitcoin and gold. I mean, ever since early April, right when the tariff news came out, it's been all Bitcoin. Bitcoin's just been going up relative to the price of gold. So if you're ever trying to decide which one you want to buy, you got a couple setups, and you can do this with everything. You can literally, I think, you can compare any two assets, but like I like to use the Bitcoin to gold ratio myself, just to see, are we in more of a risk on environment or a risk off environment? Well, if Bitcoin is going up relative to gold, we're in risk on. But if it's the opposite, if this chart's going down, we're more risk off. Because obviously, when risk on atmosphere, people like to buy into risky things like Bitcoin. But anytime there's chaos in the markets, especially the U.S. market, well, that's what gold thrives on. So when this chart's going down, then we're in risk off. You want to be careful with it. So you might look to the safe havens, gold, stuff like that. So yeah, ultimately, after seeing this chart, yeah, the Bitcoin is definitely the way to go. I mean, we're just more risk on atmosphere. Hence why the markets, the indices. What's that?
No, I'm just saying the Bitcoin.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean, just being armed with that information. I mean, yeah. Well, I still have that immediate 1 hour. 1 hour zone there. I just thought that I'd point that out, and you should be able to do that with about any currency pair. Let me just put in dollar Japanese yen, dollar CAD, just as an example. Yeah. So yeah, you can really kind of compare any two assets, right? So when you're looking at the dollar Jap compared to the dollar Canada, it's up.
Yeah.
So if you're ever stuck between a couple assets that you want to trade, maybe you got the same scoring system like I do or something similar. Yeah, just throw them on a chart as its own chart, and you can decide from there. Is it going up? If it's going up, you go for the base currency pair. If it's going down, you go for the quote currency pair. So that was just kind of something I thought I would point out. That's a really cool thing to do on the charts. So, let's see. I think that was the main ones I was looking at the moment. DAX in Germany. I've been eyeballing this thing for a while. The German DAX has given me a score of a 6. So it's definitely a bullish bias, and it's been going up and kind of going a little bit more sideways lately. But looking at the daily over here, I do have a little bit of a demand zone candle here. Big spike up, busted through all this topping action over here. So within that daily, got my favorite confluence in the world, a 4 hour within a daily. That is That is by far my favorite confluence. I'll take that trade every time. I'll take that trade even if I'm only getting a neutral score. If I'm getting like a bullish, like a neutral 4, neutral 3, neutral 2, like I'll take that trade regardless because it's just too good of a technical level. If it's negative, if it's bearish, I'm not going to buy it. Or obviously, if this script were reversed and I'm looking at a supply zone, if I'm getting a bullish score, I'm not going to buy it. But if it's like still neutral, then I don't care. I don't care that it's not a 5. I'm going to take it every time because they're just some of the most powerful confluences I've personally seen. So I'll take it every time. I mean, yeah, you got a bunch of green candles coming out. It's about the 50% level if you're looking at this swing low to swing high. Yeah, right at 50%. So just so many things to love about this trade. I'm just waiting for it to come down and tap me in. I'm going to put that VWAP on there. The Ducks in Germany. That's where my ancestors came from. I guess I'm German and Swiss. We got to show my roots. Got to show my roots a little love. But I've just been waiting, guys.
Bit of respect.
All this time, this last 3 weeks, I've been waiting on that level. So it's just flirting with me. Just all this flirt action. But not only that, look, people that are buying in this area, they've got their stop losses right below this area. That's more liquidity. And then you got the VWAP coming through it as well. If we look at this swing low point, so just a lots to love. I mean, looking at the DAX, it's got positive scores for seasonality, trend, obviously, GDP, both of the PMIs, the manufacturing and the services, the CPI, the PCE, and the unemployment rate. Those are all giving me +1 or +2 scores per. And then there's a couple of neutrals, and there's really only one negative report, which is retail sales. That's the only one that's going against this bias. And also the retail position. So the retail traders are actually on the right side of this trade. So in other words, they're looking for their net long as well. Because on my scoring system, it's giving me a -2, meaning, they're actually correct for once. So way to go, retail traders. You're actually right at the DAX. So keep it up. All right. I think that was the main ones I wanted to show. Richard, you got anything working at the moment?
Not really. I'm interested in some areas here, maybe on the FTSE, so we can switch to my chart and I'll quickly go through that.
Okay.
Go over that.
Yeah.
So we had a pretty strong decline here on the FTSE. Just after that initial spike higher, that again, see this quite often at 3 a.m. That's Eastern. That's when the London session starts. Ran these highs over here. Again, it also coincided with an upward sloping center median line, median line, and yeah, that was a center median line, and crashed now all the way down to this low median line again. Reason why I showed you the 15 is because we got an unmitigated fair value gap right there. This might be, if we can see just a little bit more of upward movement here, this might be some sort of a fourth wave correction. I'm just talking very short term here. Maybe an 1, 2. This looks obviously very impulsive. 3. We can get into this fair value gap, potential fall, and then potential fifth wave to potentially complete that initial downwards move. That being said, if you look left here, it's pretty messy, right? Pretty darn messy. Price took out the Sunday low, around 8,975. So if I do decide to go short, if price does get into that area, and I've got the guts to trade in all of this wishy-washy price action, then maybe this will be a good target to go for. Right, was this Friday's low? No, it wasn't, but some sort of a high, low, whatever this is. Very, very messy price action. I've been very careful not to just jump on board on the straight to the downside just for the sake of trading. It's also Monday. Generally, Mondays are rather quiet, although we are seeing quite substantial moves in some of these markets we're following. And substantial, I mean day trading wise, right? On the FTSE, sharp decline, treating this as a potential fourth wave bounce. I want it higher up before I get interested. Got to identify the zone that I am willing to trade from. Price needs to gravitate into that before I'll take a trade. If it doesn't, then I'm not trading FTSE. Gold has been doing its thing pretty nicely, actually. Look at that. Boom. Did not get into this lower area that I've been hoping for it would. Interesting. See how it just retagged this upper median line or center median line and it's now proceeded back to the upside. Now, rather than obviously chasing this, I've seen this so many times over and over and over. If traders would spot a fair value gap here, for example, they think, oh no, price is never going to test it, and they get into a trade, price approaches a previous peak, in this case, this hectic spike we've had over here with this large wick to the upside. We have 1, 2, 3 sort of wicks on the top here. You know, price very close to that. It'll be interesting to see what happens if price actually pips them. I won't be surprised if we then get that decline we want. Pull all the breakout traders into a trade to go long, and then they've got to sit through one heck of a decline, probably going to get stopped out. And I'm not saying this is going to happen, but this is typically how it goes. Right, you get all those guys trapped, the breakout traders, just to sit through a reversal, potentially get stopped out. Then you get a test of the areas you want to trade and then go to the upside. So need to be a bit more patient. We will get a setup on gold during the New York morning session, maybe later today. I'm hopefully it's going to be tomorrow morning, so we can actually get into some trades here on gold. I know a lot of you guys have been asking to analyze gold. So that is still my preferred setup, i.e. a retracement to this fair value gap we have in the upside here. Also sort of confluence, with a downward sloping median line. All right, similar to what we've seen during these two instances here. Break of a median line, pull back into a fair value gap. We got the cross, price moved up. Same over there. I'm hoping for the same here again. Maybe it will happen, maybe it won't. Only time will tell. Let me just switch back to the FTSE. Go down to the 15-minute. Ideally, it'd be nice to, let me just actually change the color on my path tool so you can see what is going on here. It'd be nice if we can get something like this.
Yes.
Into this fair value.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll be right back
downward
here.
sloping red warning line. Don't worry, but see no. And then get it to a trade. Right, again, I got my let's set slightly below that fair value gap. So let's wait and see. If I do take this trade and it's after our session, then I'll go and post it in my Discord channel. To all our viewers that's not part of our Discord channel, it's a really good idea to join that. We've got a lot of traders on there, including all of our coaches. Ask questions, support related, trading related, whatever the case might be. Just a nice hangout spot, right? But a sense of community. So if you haven't joined our Discord channel yet, please do so.
Post your chart markups, your wins, your losses, all that fun stuff. I was just looking, Richard. I was just checking out some news. Looks like Bitcoin, they're going to have their first virtual asset policy report come out tomorrow.
What?
So
virtual asset
it's kind of
policy report.
Yeah, so it's kind of their initial framework. Yeah. So the team is tasked with establishing a framework for digital assets regulations that will serve as a guide for the crypto industry within 180 days. And it says that ends on Tuesday. So I guess
Satoshi is involved in that himself, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah. Within 180 days. Yeah, he's just changed his name. Yeah, within 180 days of the date of this order, the working group shall submit a report to the president through the APEP, which shall recommend regulatory and legislative proposals that advance the policies established in this order. Okay, so yeah, their first regulatory framework. So tomorrow is, if I'm reading this correctly, is the due date. Because, yeah, that was the executive order he signed on January 23rd. Yeah, just telling the group, go figure something out. So, yeah, that's the end of the 180 days. So we should have some pretty significant crypto news coming up here in this week, according to that. Sound good?
Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see how that treats Bitcoin and all the other cryptos.
Yeah, I was mentioning that earlier today in the quick news. There should be some good stuff coming out on the crypto front.
Okay. Yeah, that just literally came across the wire on Financial Juice. So I thought that was interesting to point
Christopher Doley. Sorry, guys, just going to read that question. Hi, guys. I'm still waiting on my free giveaway account on Friday morning. Is that during the New York session, Christopher? And he didn't get any emails. He contacted support and they said they've given away all the giveaway to the person. Christopher Doley, I'm not sure, buddy. We'll have to get onto support there. Did you have your email account linked to your YouTube bio?
Yeah, I don't recognize that name, so that must have been on the stream after us, possibly. Yeah.
Yeah, so that must have been, during the New York session morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, Christopher, we'll have my support team here. We do have a back end watching the chat as well. Maybe they can reach out to you again. We'll pass it on to the right people so they can get in touch with you and sort this out.
Yeah.
Cool. Right, we still have, 10, 25 minutes or so left, right?
25.
Yeah. Guys, if there's any more questions, please let us know. We are approaching the business end of to this morning's session. Again, we also have our futures guys coming on afterwards. So if you do like watching the future side of things, please do attend their stream. There's some amazing traders there as well.
Yeah, they're really good. Every one of them.
Yeah, they knock it out of the park, that's for sure. Again, a little bit of a quiet morning here, waiting for our setups to occur.
Yep, that's right. I got quite a few alerts. I've run out of alerts again, so got a lot of stuff. Well, I doubled up on some of these currency pairs because I'm looking at 4-hour demand zones. I'm looking at 15-minute demand zones, right? So I'm trying to keep an eye on both, but I've already had to delete some higher time frame ones so I can use them on the smaller time frame. But yeah, it's a lot of hurry up and wait, just like last Monday, right? Same exact thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's typical Monday for you to me. Sometimes I feel like it goes this way majority of the times, and then when it doesn't, it's like, what? It's actually some action on Monday?
Yeah.
It does happen.
Yeah, because
you never know.
Well,
you just never know.
We didn't really have anything too crazy over the weekend. I mean, as far as news, the only thing was, I mean, not that I don't think it. I mean, who knows? So they were talking about the Department of National Intelligence was trying to figure out some potential coup d'état stuff from President Obama. So that's really the only main thing, just a little bit of the politics side of it. But I mean, I don't know. I don't see that messing with the markets. But other than that, yeah, everything remained relatively calm, which is the first weekend in a while we've had without something crazy popping up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's interesting stuff.
Yeah, pretty quietly on the tweeting side of things, right?
Yeah, and it's kind of nice to have a little bit of a break. But yeah, nothing too crazy.
I've got the guys on the case. They should contact you soon. Just don't drop your email in the chat here. Keep that personal. Then we'll see if they can sort it out for you.
Yeah, we'll take care of you, Chris. Don't worry.
Yeah. Yeah, I was considering this Bitcoin trade, but I decided against it. I did have one that entered a 15-minute demand zone. Was strongly debating it, but I'm glad I passed on it because it was a little higher up on the curve on the smaller time frame. But when you look at it on the higher time frame, it's just the diddle in the middle, right?
And you can't diddle in the middle.
Can't diddle in the middle. I can't diddle in the white part of the flag. But it looked good on a smaller time frame. But again, when things like that look good, you gotta. For me, my rules anyway, I gotta zoom out, and then
Right,
every time I zoom out, I'm
Mia Monet.
reminded of why I did it. Sitting right in the middle of that flag. Yeah, I just, because you have to, I try to get creative sometimes, especially on Mondays like this where it's so slow. But that's where I can get myself in trouble. So,
Yeah.
This literally is why I don't trade on Mondays hardly ever. I mean, I'll maintain trades. Like, obviously, I got my 2 open trades from Friday, Thursday and Friday. So I'm just pretty much maintaining them. That's really all I'm doing. But yeah, if I do anything, it'd be some of these higher time frames.
How's that EA trade, Michael? Something happening.
EA
It's
is not. Nope, it's still pulling
It's
back.
not giving up the goodies.
It's not. So it said the alert got triggered, and then it pulled back. Mm-hmm. So I had to put the alert back on there because, again, I don't want to miss it. I don't want to get off the stream and then it ends up going because I forgot to put the alert back. So I put it back on here. Maybe to give me something in New York. Hopefully.
New York.
Because this other trade, the Euro CAD, the 4-hour trade is just pulling away too. So, yeah, this is a waiting game right about now.
Oh, yeah.
Nope. That is right.
We just having to wait. But thank God for these alerts. I had Daryl ask me about sitting in the middle of the screen all day because since I trade London and New York, I'm like, no, actually, when I get off the alerts, I just make sure my phone is actually on, not on silent. And I make sure my watch is not on silent as well. As long as my alert set, it's like I'm sitting in front of the charts thanks to the alerts. So just tackle it.
Well, we do. Just on a side note, we do have 10 days before the tariffs go into effect on August 1st, I was listening last night to, who was it? Commerce Secretary Lutnick, and he sounds pretty confident about getting a deal with the EU, before the D-Day or whatever you want to call it. So, boy, that would be interesting to see if they can actually scratch that one out. But I don't know. He sounded convinced. Just listening to his interview. But, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what happens on August 1st. See if we get a whole bunch of nothing, a whole bunch of tariffs going on, or a whole bunch of trade deals within the next week. He makes it sound like this next 2 weeks is going to be historic when it comes to trade deals. So if that's even half true, we should be getting a lot of trade deals, right?
Really nice. Right. Stabilize these markets, please.
A lot of volatility.
Yes. Exactly what you said. Stabilize this market. But again, guys, that's rumors. As of right now, it's not fact. So, you just got to be careful buying rumors. They can flip.
Right, just quickly. Christopher, our support tech team, or the tech team that helps with the stream here, has passed it on to the correct department, your inquiry. So they should be reaching out to you shortly.
Get you taken care of.
Look at this gold. That's quite a nice move.
Let's do a triple top. Pretty much there. See if there's any other newsworthy stuff going on.
Yeah, gold was on the list, and now it is not. It's going too far, and I didn't get the proper bounce off that 50 EMA like I really would have wanted to. So it's gone for me.
Okay.
I'm just focused on EA and EC.
So FX Street basically. Yeah. FX Street basically saying exactly what we've been kind of talking about for the U.S. dollar. A quieter week for the U.S. data sees focus shift to housing, tech, and Powell. Should be a quieter one for the U.S. data. Last week's softest set of price data did not move the needle substantially on Fed thinking, where the market continues to price just 1 to 2 basis point of cuts for the 30 July meeting. Oh yeah, I wanted to see get an update on that, what the Fed watch tool is showing. I think it was 97% that they were keeping it the same for July 30th. Let me see where that is. Of course, it's dynamic, changes a lot. Yeah, 95.3% chance of keeping rates the same. And then when you click on September 17th, that one is projected to cut to 400, or cut 25 points, 400 to 425. So that's a 59.7% chance of the rate decrease. September the 17th. And then not again until December. We shall see.
You could probably bet on that too, right? The odds.
Oh yeah, probably.
These days you can bet on everything. Yeah.
You got a good point there. I'm just going to type in Poly Market and see what they say. I'm sure they've got it on here. Yeah, it was like so interesting. I'm sure it's on here somewhere. Oh my gosh. Oh, you guys would not believe the things you can bet on.
You'll be surprised.
I'm not going to bring this up on the stream, but it's kind of a little bit of a fiasco we got going on here in the U.S. with somebody who was filmed at a Coldplay concert. If that makes sense.
Oh, I've seen that. I've seen that. Yeah.
You can bet on that if they're going to have a divorce or not.
Oh no!
It's ridiculous.
That's insane. That's insane.
Goodness.
Yeah. Astronomer divorce parlay, 17% chance. That's where the betting market is. Yeah. Yeah. Just go to polymarket.com and you can, POLY. It's the ridiculous. But anyway, I was wanting to see if there's interest rate. ECB interest rates. Okay. Yeah, so like for example, it is let me see here. So no change. So yeah, like it's 97% no change. You can literally go on here and bet if there's going to be no change, 25 basis point decrease, 50 basis point decrease or increase. I mean, yeah, so the betting market's got it priced in basically the same as the Fed watch tool. So
that's crazy.
Interesting, but we live in interesting times, I tell you, on the things you can bet on.
We do.
And then you can also.
It's funny. These companies they know that the world is such a gambling world that they just say, we're going to come up with. You can bet on whatever. If the sun's going to come out tomorrow, they're going to let you bet on that.
Which side of the bed is Shakira going to wake up on, the left or the right?
Right.
But yeah, you can also Fed decision in September, Fed decision October. Anyway.
We got the results of our previous poll here, which asked which phase is the hardest for you. So referring to the phases that you've got to pass during a challenge account. And 60% said the first phase being the hardest. Phase 2, only 20%. And we had respondents say that they're not built for this, which is also 100% fine. Everyone wants to be traders if they can find it
that
difficult,
makes sense.
That
makes sense. I mean, phase 1 should be the hardest. I mean, because typically it's the hardest. I mean, typically on phase 2, you just want to, only thing they're looking for is that they just want you to prove that it wasn't a fluke. Like you got lucky and, bought into a couple good trades, 3 good trades, something like that. So they just were like, okay, you did good. Now just show us on a smaller, scale, just to show that it's repeatable, I think is what the point of that is. Right. But if you've made it through the first phase, then the second phase, in my opinion, should be easier. Building your confidence and everything. So,
as long as you didn't catch a lucky streak.
Right. Yeah.
Right, guys, I'm just going to go through gold quickly, just reiterate what it is I'm looking for. Keep going, Michael. It's all good.
I was going to say, he's killing it. He's like, I'm killing it. I'm trading gold, whatever. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like, what are you doing? He's like, I made like $8,000 this week. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I thought you had only like a $10,000 account. He's like, I do. I'm like, oh boy. I know where this is going.
Yeah.
And he was buying gold. As soon as it turned around, he lost it all. I'm like,
buying the farm. Yep.
Yeah.
And that's the worst thing that can possibly happen. That's the worst thing that can happen is that he gets that gain because it's a win, but it's for all the wrong reasons. And you can't maintain that. It's pretty well impossible. If you get lucky the first time, you might as well just sell out and just stop trading.
Go on holiday.
More than once.
Go on holiday.
Yeah. Absolutely crazy, though. And, it's always tough to tell them that, too, right? Like, oh, you're getting lucky. Yeah. Like, you don't want to discourage them like that. So it's so keep me posted. Let me know how it's going. Make sure you're managing that risk properly. That's really all I can really say.
Well, that's exactly what one of my instructors told us a long time ago. If you're gambling like that and you get a winner, you might as well just cash out your account, consider yourself lucky, and don't ever trade again.
because you're going to give it
pick
back.
up something else.
The chances of
you're going to give it back.
Extremely
Exactly.
high. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have a better chance of going to a slot machine with it or a craps table, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So, FVG. What's IFVG? What does that mean on there, Richard?
Inverted fair value gap.
Oh, okay.
I think it came from the 4-hour chart.
Oh, yeah.
Oops,
I see it.
I should
Yep.
do that. That's this one here, yeah. So we had that bearish fair value gap, and as price punched into the lower warning line, one heck of a bullish engulfing candle back upwards and immediately broke that inverted fair value gap and rest of this. Then
Okay. Yeah.
retested it. Who knows if we're going to get a retest of this one and if it would work out this time around. But we shall see.
Yep.
Shall see.
How are we doing on time? We've still
yes.
got about 9 minutes left. Have you guys got anything shown your side? Then please do.
Pretty much it for the day. I'm just waiting for one of these two to show up to get confirmed. Euro AUD or USD CAD. Both of them are kind of close. Might can still happen today.
Mm-hmm.
But just being patient. Got these alerts set. And that's really it. Hope we get some action.
Got a quick question here from Letitbe7. Do you have a live futures trading tool? We definitely do. We handle the Forex and CFD side of things during the London session, and then we have a set of coaches or group of coaches who will do live futures trading, and they start 15 minutes after we end our session, and they'll do the morning session as well as a different crew for the afternoon session. So please do stick around for that, Letitbe.
Yeah, right.
There might
at
be
the
some
bottom of the
prizes
screen.
or other giveaways during that session as well. So please go and
at the
watch
bottom
and
of the
support
screen.
our traders as well.
Yeah, you can see the scrolling futures takeoff 8:20 a.m. to 11. So
there we go.
that'll be right up there. I had an alert hit. What do we got? Okay.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's
welcome. Hopefully they're a bit luckier than we are this morning.
Yep. Yeah, they should have some more action. They're more scalpers, I think. Typically. Yeah, they're pretty much in and out within a few minutes. I think one of them said that they don't hold anything anymore for about an hour. Yeah.
No, I normally watch them when I get home when I'm cooking food. I keep on watching the channel. So even I watch the channel.
Yeah. No, I watch part of it until it's time for me to go to bed for my normal night of sleep. Right. It's pretty cool
for
how they
short
use,
beauty sleep.
Right.
So what time do you hit the sack now if you have to wake up this early?
Well, usually about 10 a.m. So here in about 3 hours till 4 p.m. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yeah.
Okay. So
just that 6 hours. That's pretty much it. I mean, and then after my 10 p.m. session ends in the evening, my 8 to 10, then I'll lay down usually around 12 or 12:30. I'll just lay down for an hour or two, just enough to close the eyes right before this session. I don't need to fall into a deep sleep. Just basically rest the eyes. Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. The first 3 days was tough. I'm not going to lie, but yeah, Thursday, Friday it got a lot easier. And like today, I feel great. Like right now, I'm totally fine. I'll be able to stand up.
You look great, Tiger. No worries.
Well, thank you. Yeah, so I'll be able to handle the morning liquidity side of New York, till 11 a.m. Central. During the important part, and then as soon as that liquidity part of the session's over, I'm out. Snooze fest. Get my beauty rest, as Richard says.
No, I'm the same. I'll check out the stream, and I normally just put it on the TV. Like I said, I have a 2-year-old, so sometimes she like, Mira, it's Papa. She'll see me on the screen.
Is she learning English and Spanish at the same time, or how you doing?
Oh yeah, for sure. We try our best to only speak to her in Spanish, actually, and once we outside of the house, it's total Spanish.
Oh, okay.
They completely
Nice.
absorb things like that, like languages at that age. It's not different.
Yeah, they just soak it up like a sponge, huh?
At my age,
do.
I'm trying to
Literally,
learn different language will not happen.
I say something to her, I promise you, like later that using it against me. Like it's ridiculously fast. She's using me because I'll point at her and say, "Tu para," like you stop. I'm telling you, maybe an hour or two later, she's doing it to me. Papa, tu para, tu para,
tu para, tu para también.
She is fast.
You said,
man, that's awesome.
2 years old,
Yeah,
you said?
she's 2. She'll be 3 in November.
Nice. Yeah, I do envy that about young children like that. They soak it up quick. I mean, I spent 4 months on classes when I was in Mexico City and just barely got through. I mean, I got through past tense and present tense. Like I didn't get into future tense as far as vocabulary, but yeah. What took me 4 months probably takes her 4 weeks. Your kiddo, if that.
Because they learn it in a different way. And to be honest, like I get a lot of people who ask it. I learned it the long way, basically. Then when I got here, I realized there was a short way to learn it, which was what I call pocket phrases. Like you really just want to learn all the pocket phrases and the phrase that you say all the time. The grammar and all that is less important because most people don't even know why they say it like that. And that's even in English. Like we don't know the grammatically correct way of saying it. We just know this is the right way to say it. And it's the same exact thing when you learn another language. So for them, I mean, it just makes perfect sense. Like for her, when she would say, give it to me, like dámelo, she doesn't know why she's saying it like that. She just knows that's how you say it.
Right, yeah. Well, and what I discovered when I lived there in Puebla, as I was going through my classes, I did a lot of Spanglish because like the locals, all they care about is they see that I'm making an effort to try to speak their language.
Yeah.
So even though they know that I'm not
respected.
perfect at it, they appreciate that and they help me along. So Spanglish goes a long ways too.
100%.
Spanglish.
100%.
Yep.
I tell people all the time, like, even if you aren't fluent yet, like, don't be worried about it. Just try. They appreciate it.
Just make the
effort.
effort.
When you're wrong, they'll correct you. You'll remember it the next time. And it's more about getting that message out. That's the most important thing.
Yeah. Yeah, because especially nowadays, a lot of the Mexican population knows English because I think it's required.
Yeah.
Like you have to learn it in the elementary. And I think I don't know,
Right.
my ex-wife, so she had to take it. So they had to take it. It's not like the U.S. and Spanish here. Like it's just an elective here, but there it's actually required. So everybody pretty well understands English if they have to, but when they see you're trying to speak their language, they appreciate it. So I really,
Absolutely.
Man, I learned a ton.
Right, gents, we've a few seconds away from the end of our session. Letipe, thanks, she says, or he says. We're doing a great job here at Hola Prime. You're more than welcome. Please stick around for our next round of coaches. And to Martin Lawrence for winning that 10K. Congrats again from our side.
Yes, sir, Martin.
Please stick around. We've had a few questions about the future side of things. They'll be starting in 15 minutes with the pre-market pulse. Again, from our side, thank you very much for joining. Please join us again tomorrow. Michael, Tiger, have a good race, guys, and fantastic rest of your day. Until next time, take care.
All right.
Yes.
Have a good one, guys.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.